This prison story is about when a man that owed his cellmate a debt did not want to pay him, so he eventually got sold to Freaky Freddy for a box of Nutty Buddies. Now, before we go on with this story, I need for y'all to do your big partner Donta your favor right quick. It don't cost you nothing. I ain't asking for no Cash App. I'm not asking for no PayPal. The only thing I'm asking, no. The only thing I'm demanding is for y'all to hit that like button, share the video, and let me know where you from in the comment section. If you from Detroit, if you from Atlanta, if you from Wisconsin, if you from London, if you from Europe, if you from Antarctica, let me know in the comment section where you from. You can put your city there, you can put your state there, you can even put your area code there. Let me know where you're from, and shout out to the most electrifying commentators on YouTube, which is y'all. We back. All right, so it was a Friday afternoon, right? And we'd all down there playing cards, dominoes, and Monopoly. Now, let me know in the comment section, do y'all rock with Monopoly? Because me, Donta, that's my favorite board game, period. I love some Monopoly. I can play Monopoly all day. I know, I'm getting sidetracked, and I'm sorry, y'all. I tend to do that. Let me get back on track. But anyway, we all down there, playing games or whatever, and this white dude come through. Now, I seen this white dude throughout the prison, and his name was Charles, right? I didn't know too much about him or anything. He wasn't a punk for what I could see. He was just one of them regular white guys that, probably was here for stealing Cadillac converters or, little petty drug charges, whatever. So when he came through, we just looked at him, he's a regular face around the prison, so it wasn't about nothing. Now, I don't know why he got rolled in our pod, in the evening, because that's kind of unusual, but it's not like it never happens, right? So he come through and he get in the cell with this dude named T-Bone. Now, T-Bone was this older black dude from Detroit. T-Bone was one of them dudes that all he liked to do is talk about what he used to do in the streets. Oh, T-Bone was the Birdman. T-Bone was the Brick Man. T-Bone had all the hoes, right? T-Bone had all the money. T-Bone had a limousine. T-Bone just was that dude. But the funny thing about T-Bone is that with all that drugs, all them hoes that he had, T-Bone would never catch the stove. And y'all say, well, Donta, what you mean? What is catching the stove? T-Bone ain't never had no money, no commissary. Ain't nobody never put nothing on T-Bone books at all. But he was just so big gangster and this drug dealer and this pimp and all this, right? But never caught the stove. So T-Bone was literally one of these guys that will be living off the land. And all my prison dudes know exactly what I mean. Meaning he's going to that chow hall breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He eating that state prison food, right? Y'all notice when I said prison, I know for the people that been watching the live, y'all know who actually say that like that. Shout out to Alabama. But anyway, so like I said, he living off the land. He living raw and rugged. Pause. Right? So whenever T-Bone get anything outside of the 3 meals in the cot, he's going to hold on to that. Now, T-Bone done accumulated maybe 2 bags of Doritos, maybe 2 or 3 Gatorades, and maybe, I don't know, maybe two honey buns. He living raw like that. He's real grateful for whatever that he gets, right? So the white dude, Charles, ended up getting put in the cell with T-Bone. So I'm like, okay, so he in there with T-Bone. Okay, that ain't nothing, right? So over the course of, let's say, 2 weeks, T-Bone and white boy Charles, they in there jailing together. I guess it's a good match, But I noticed, like, every time T-Bone will go to the microwave, white boy Charles would be right there with him, right? And I know a lot of y'all might thinking like, oh, he turned him out. No. This ain't that type of story. Well, it is, but towards the end, right? T-Bone ain't no, he ain't one of them dudes that indulge, okay, at all. And I don't think Charles is neither. But I noticed, Charles always up under T-Bone. Like every time T-Bone hit the microwave, Charles right there with his cup. Charles right there with his bowl, right? So I'm peeping the game. It's like every time T-Bone gets something, Charles won't half of it, right? And that's not normal for y'all to be sellies or whatever that, y'all share, because y'all basically living in the same house together. So, look out for me. I look out for you when I'm hungry. You know what I mean? But I noticed Charles was doing this every day, on the clock every hour. Every time T-Bone hit the microwave and he warming up coffee, who's right there standing to the right of him? White boy Charles. So he hit him about bam, bam, bam. Now, what I did not know was that white boy Charles was telling T-Bone, like, hey, listen, my mom's, she gonna bless me when on the next week when we catch the stove. I'm gonna repay you back A, B, C, and D. I got you. Right? So I guess this is why T-Bone is allowing him to leech off of him, because white boy Charles basically told him that he's going to be reimbursed and more for looking out for him, right? Now, here's the dangers of that, okay? Because I done seen this happen many, many, many times, when you will get a new cat that don't nobody really know, roll up in here, he'll get next to somebody, start borrowing things, telling cats, yo, I'm going to pay you this, I'm going to pay you that. When store day come, I'm good for it. I got you. But then when store day come, he disappears because he done checked in. He done went to the guards and said, yo, I fear for my life, man. They going to try to kill me up in here, man. So they got to take you out of there and put you in the hole. And you'll be in the hole depending on, what sergeant or what captain actually took the case. You could be in a hole for a week, a month, 2 months, 3 months. And you hoping that, okay, maybe the guys that you ran off on done forgot. No. Niggas don't forget. Cats don't forget nothing. I done seen cats that ran that play and they get out and they get put in the same block or the same pod or the same side of the prison. And now they got to explain why they end up going to the hole. And it'll be some BS. Oh, somebody snitched on me. Oh, I got caught with something. But I got you. It's the same. These are just the same penitentiary games that, cats play in the penitentiary, right? So anyway, I thought when I heard him talking about it, I said, okay, so he just not, I know T-Bone character, and T-Bone just not giving out anything for free. So I figured the white boy is basically, telling him, I'm going to hook you up. I don't know if that's the case, that he's going to try to check in. I don't know that to be true at this point, right? So anyway, it's Thursday, and now tomorrow is Friday where we catch the stove. We can go, when we fill out our bubble slips and see what we get in, what we going to get from the store or whatever. So, it's kind of hectic. Me, Al, Tall T, Homicide, we walk in the cell doors with people that we was offering protection to, going to their cells, letting them know, look, we need A, B, C, and D for this week, for commissary, for protection. I'm running my, running what I'm running, what I got going on, me and my homeboys. It's a busy day, right? So I hear, Charles telling him, white boy Charles telling T-Bone, like, yeah, man, it's going down, man. We finna have a stove. We finna get so much stuff, man. We gonna be even running the stove in here, right? And T-Bone like, yeah. He like, yeah, because remember, y'all, T-Bone ain't really got nothing. Like I said, everything that T-Bone get, he value it. He cherish it, right? So now you got this white boy in the cell that's promising you the world, talking about, yo, everything is, man, we about to be living large up in here, right? So he talking greasy, but that ain't really none of my business, because me and my homeboys out there, putting in our orders or whatever. So anyway, Friday come. Here go Dante. I'm coming back with 4 big bags of commissary. You know what I'm saying? I got chips, ramen noodles, Debbie cakes, honey buns, all summer sausages, got the nacho squeeze it. All that. I got everything that you need to live like a king in the penitentiary. Not only that, I got my homies, Al, Torty, Homicide. Listen, we all got big bags of commissary. And me, out of all them bags, I get 40% of everything out of them bags, because that's just how I was living. Now, y'all can say cap and all that y'all want to, but the real ones already know. Right? Anyway, so, you know, I'm in my cell, and I see Freaky Freddy. You know, he comes back. Freaky Freddy got his laundry bags. He got 2 of them. Ain't no thing. And he go to his cell, right? It ain't nothing out of the ordinary. And I know a lot of y'all was wondering, like, thank God, now he's introducing Freaky Freddy. Because Freaky Freddy was irrelevant until this point right here. And you know when Freaky Freddy get, you know, introduced to the story, something about to go terribly wrong. All the way wrong. Now we about to enter the Terror Dome. Now, so Freaky Freddy in there, and he busted down his bag, and he putting his stuff up, because y'all know Freaky Freddy runs a store, right? Freaky Freddy don't need nothing. For anybody that don't know who Freaky Freddy is, because I know we got probably 10,000 new subscribers that have no idea who Freaky Freddy is. Let me let you know who Freaky Freddy is. Freaky Frederick, right, is an old school convict in his 60s. He has no shame in his game at all. He'll tell you up front and let you know what it is. And what do I mean by that? If you are a new inmate and you come in there and you have nothing at all, Freaky Freddy will give it to you. You need a pack of ramen noodles, he got you. You need some honey buns, he got you. You need some deodorant, he got you. You need some toothpaste, some Colgate, a toothbrush, Freaky Freddy got you. He a store man. But Freaky Freddy gonna let you know off the rip. Listen, if you don't got my money, if you don't got my items, I'm gonna need something from you. And what I want from you is that. Now, due to YouTube regulation, laws, and policies, I can't go into great detail of what he's gonna want back. Let's just put it like this. He don't want no excuses. He wants your manhood. And that's the bottom line to it. So when you go in there and you strike a deal with Freaky Freddy, understand, if you don't have that man paper, if you don't have that man commissary items when it's time to pay, there's something else that you're going to have to pay with. And he make that 100% clear, right? So anyway, T-Bone comes back from working out. And white boy Charles is sitting on the bed looking pitiful. So I'm ear hustling at this point, and I hear T-Bone like, hey, bro, why you ain't go to the store? White boy Charles, and I heard this many, many, many times in the penitentiary. White boy Charles like, man, my mom, she ain't sitting. She playing games. T-Bone like, what? He said, yeah, man, my mom, she playing games, man. She talking about her Social Security check. You know, she didn't get that. She didn't have enough, you know, after the bills or whatever. So T-Bone like, okay, what that got to do with me? I done gave you everything that I had in here. I don't have nothing else. Like, no, you're going to have to do something. You going to have to go. You going to have to, he was clapping his hand. You going to have to get my money. You going to have to get my money or something going to happen. So white boy Charles like, what I supposed to do, man? I don't have anything. My mom only gets Social Security. And T-Bone like, man, I'm not trying to hear that Social Security talk, man. You knew that your mama only had Social Security before you start eating up all my food. It's bad enough I don't get nothing. I don't get nothing in here, man. And you got in this cell telling me that you was going to be giving me this, giving me that. I'm here giving you coffee shots every time I do a cook up with the food that I earned, and you just right there eating up my food, telling me, no, man, I ain't trying to hear that, man. No, go get my man. Go get my. So white boy Charles like, man, I can't give you what I ain't got. He like, T-Bone like, hey, man, dog, go get my. So at this point, y'all, he's standing. Now listen, this is not out of the ordinary. When it's stove day, this is normal behavior. They're always guaranteed. When it's Burger and Friday, there's going to be at least 4 or 5 fights. When it's stove day, it's going to be at least 8 or 9, maybe even 10 fights. It's always going to be an argument. It's always going to be cats giving excuses. It's always going to be something when people just can't do right. This is why I didn't gamble. This is why I didn't get involved in certain activities. The only activities I was involved in was offering a protection services. Some of you people might call it extortion. But hey, it's like this. You are paying me from stopping other people from doing something to you, right? I think that's in fact, I think that was a good deal for certain inmates. Because truth be told, if I wasn't offering the services that I was offering, a lot of guys would have been having a rough time in prison. I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm just keeping it a bean. Shout out to Philly, right? So anyway, he like, yo, I'm not trying to hear that. Get my money. I don't want to hear it. Get my money before I do something to you. Charles like, I can't give you what I ain't got, man. I can't give you what I ain't got. So he said, you know what? I'll be back. So at this point, everybody looking that way like, oh, shoot, T-Bone about to pop it off, right? So T-Bone leave his cell, and he goes directly, beeline, straight to Freaky Freddy's cell, right? Now, I don't know the exact words. I don't know exactly what, T-Bone told Freaky Freddy, but Freaky Freddy gave him 10 boxes of Nutty Buddies, right? So all I'm thinking is like, God dang, that's a lot of boxes of Nutty Buddies. So I'm thinking like, okay, well, he not about to run the store, not just with Nutty Buddies. Like, what's the play? Because I was that type of dude that always was observing everything and everybody and just trying to figure it out. Like, why did he give him all these boxes of Nutty Buddies? Like, it don't make no sense. And then I thought about it. I said, wait a minute. I done seen this play before. Yeah, I done seen this play. So he goes back to the cell, right? And Freaky Freddy comes to the cell 2 minutes later. He's standing in the doorway. And then he actually walked in their cell. And I'm like, oh, snap. And about 3 minutes later, you see the white boy go to the bubble. And he asking for a cell change. So I'm like, hold on, I know dang well. And then about 20 minutes later, the white boy go back to the cell with T-Bone, and he pack all his stuff up, and he goes to Freaky Freddy's cell. Now listen, I can only assume at this point, but like I said, I done seen this happen over and over again. Basically, for the white boy to clear his debt, right? White boy Charles, for him to clear his debt, he was sold to Freaky Freddy for them 10 boxes of Nutty Buddies. Now, I done seen Freaky Freddy, get involved in certain activities because of people over him and him letting it be known. But this was the first time that I actually seen in real life a transaction between 2 inmates of selling an inmate to another inmate. Steve whoop him out. I wasn't just gonna let him like beat him to death or anything. If white boy Steve would have got the bang in his head, I would have immediately grabbed him or whatever, like, yo, chill or whatever. I said, so he told you out his own mouth that he like God? He said, yeah, but he said it ain't like that. Sweet Low got white boy Kenny turned all the way out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
There was this white dude by the name of Kenny. And I knew Kenny back in junior high. I'm going to say 8th grade. Kenny was the type of guy. Well, let me give y'all the demographics of my middle school / high school, right? So we're going to say it was maybe 600 kids. And out of 600 kids, there was maybe 20 white kids throughout this whole school, right? So we're going to say out of them 20 white kids, maybe 5 of them acted black. I mean, they had to adapt to the environment. Kenny, on the other end, was not one of them guys that were adapted to the black culture. In fact, Kenny stayed on my street. In fact, Kenny never came outside. I didn't even know Kenny stayed on my street until maybe 3 weeks in of school, right? When he finally got on the bus with us. So one day, we're going to get to the prison story. I just want to set the groundwork for who Kenny is and how Kenny ended up getting prostituted in prison, right? So one day, it was me, my brother, and Al, right? And in them days, we used to ride bikes. Remember, y'all, this is junior high, 8th grade, whatever. So we riding bikes, and there's a catwalk. And for those that don't know what a catwalk is, a catwalk is basically like a bridge. It's like a circle that you can go up, and then there's a bridge that go over the expressway. So that's the catwalk. So me, my brother, and Al, we riding bikes, and we see Kenny. Now, I'm like, Kenny? Because, you know, there's not too many white kids in the school. And I didn't know I said, where you stay? He said, I stay right there. I said, man, how long you been here? I've been here for a couple years. I said, oh, okay. He's like, where y'all go? I said, we about to go ride out, right? So, before we go any further, let me know in the comment section what city y'all from. Just put your city in the comment section or put your area code so I can see who are listening and where y'all from. But anyway, let's keep it going. So I said, yeah, we about to just ride around. So he like, all right, bet. So he went with us. Now, we go up this catwalk, right? And when we get there, there's a white guy by the name of Steve that is coming this way. We see him from afar or whatever. Now, Steve was one of them white cats that did adapt to the black culture. You could not tell Steve that he was not black. Matter of fact, white boy Steve was more blacker than some black dudes, to keep it a buck with y'all. So Al tells white boy Kenny, like, hey, you want to be down with us? Block his way, right? So he like, what you mean block his way? He said, take your bike and position it, you know, sideways so you have to block, you know, Steve from coming this way. So Kenny looking at us like, okay, these 3 black guys, they cool, they got my back, right? So he rides up just enough and then he turns his bike this way, right? He maybe 3-4 feet away from us. So white boy Steve pulls up and he have to stop because he can't, his pathway is blocked. So he like, get the fuck out my way. Kenny looked back at us and then he look at Steve, and white boy Steve get off his bike and walk towards him and say, get the fuck out the way. Kenny looked back at us and white boy Steve go boom, right? Cold clocked him. White boy Kenny fall off his bike backwards like this, hit the ground, right? White boy Steve stand over him, grab him by his collar, and like, next time I say get the fuck out the way, get the fuck out the way, right? And he let him go. And he got on his bike and rolled off, right? Kenny gets up, that's effed up, man. I thought you guys had my back. I thought you guys had my back. Now, I know what y'all thinking. Y'all like, oh, Donta, y'all wrong. Y'all wrong than a mother. No. Let me tell y'all something. Matter of fact, I told one of my homeboys this story a couple days ago. So I know when he watched this story, he listened to this story, he's going to be laughing, right? So this is the thing. The reason why we didn't jump White Boy Steve is because we needed to see how much heart that Kenny had. If Kenny was going to be rolling with us and we got into a confrontation with some other guys, we needed to know if White Boy Kenny was going to throw down with us. We needed to know that White Boy Kenny was going to hold it down. Because let's say it's me, my brother, and Al. It's 3 of us, right? And then Kenny with us, so that's 4. And let's say there's 4 on 4, right? 4 guys, 4 of us, and we fighting. And Kenny run, or Kenny get whooped out, and now one of us got to fight an extra guy. You know what I mean? So we had to put him to the test, and he failed, right? Now, to be fair, I wasn't going to just let, White Boy Steve whoop him out. I wasn't just going to let him, beat him to death or anything. If White Boy Steve would have got the bang in his head, I would have immediately grabbed him or whatever, yo, chill or whatever, because I'm not with all that, right? We were just testing White Boy Kenny hard, and he failed, right? So Kenny oh, this messed up. I thought we was boys. I thought we was homies. I thought y'all had my back. And we're like, man, we ain't got your back, man. You supposed to have your own back. You supposed to be able to stand up for yourself, right? And that's just what it was. He didn't pass the test. Yeah, you can roll with us, but you can't roll with us, right? So he oh, this messed up. So he got his bike up and he rolled off and he went home with him. We're going to fast forward to prison. So Donta is in the day room, right? Playing dominoes. Boom, right? Double 5s. Put that 10 right there. Boom. Got a 15. Boom. I'm just racking it up. Dominoes is what I used to play all the time. For you convicts out there, y'all want to know how to make dominoes where you get the soap, right? You heat it up. You get the paper to get the structure on there, and you poke the holes in there for the dominoes. It'll take you about 3 or 4 days, but we only got time. When you a convict, you only got time, right? So Donta made a whole domino spread, right? And I'm busting them dominoes, right? Dominoes. Every Tuesday, y'all know we get new inmates, right? So, of course, 3 black guys come in, a Mexican, then a white guy, right? And who's the white guy? It's White Boy Kenny. Now, let me put a pause right there because I've been getting a lot of heat from the audience. They're like, yo, Donta, man, why you always calling dudes white boys? And what's up with that? Let me explain. There's a difference between a white boy and a white man, okay? This is the difference. A white boy is going to get beat up, extorted, and probably violated. Well, y'all know what I mean when I say violate. I mean get his manhood taken. A white man is going to stand up for himself, fight back, pull out a knife and go for his, right? This is the difference between a white boy and a white man. There's many examples of this. JD Delay, right? He's a big prison YouTuber. He's a white man, right? Jwilliams from Let's Live Life, that's a white man. What these white guys got in common of me calling them white men instead of white boys, that they earned their respect as convicts and they put in work. So I can't so if I was doing a story about JD Delay or Jwilliams Let's Live Life, I couldn't call them white boys. I had to call them white men because they stump down and they get down, they get busy, right? But there's a lot of white boys in there that don't. So that's the difference between the white boy and the white man, right? So White Boy Kenny was a white boy, right? So when Kenny came in there, I said, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. I wasn't surprised, though, because Kenny was a follower. Kenny was one of them type of dudes that always wanted to fit in. And I get it. He's in a predominantly black area. He wanted to fit in, and he just lost his way, right? Well, unfortunately, when you want to just fit in and want to go with the status quo and be a criminal, well, they got a place for bad boys. They got a place for dudes that want to be criminals and don't want to listen to their parents and want to do what they want to do. They end up in the slammer. They end up in the pokey. They end up in the terror dome where Dante was at, right? And there was no exception for white boy Kenny. So white boy Kenny coming there, I'm like, oh, no, it ain't. I said, Kenny. He looked, now you can tell Kenny was kind of shaking, right? He looked kind of off. And when I said his name, it thundered. I said, Kenny, right? And when he looked, Kenny had a big shiner. I'm like, Dante, what is a shiner? Kenny had a black eye from the county jail. Somebody done put hands on Kenny. Somebody done said, pop, 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 and gave Kenny a black eye. And when I seen it, I said, dang. So Kenny walked over there. He said, oh, Dante, what's up? What's up, bro? But when he said it loud, like, what's up, bro? Like, to make it seem like everybody know, like, hey, I'm with Dante. You know, I know this guy. I was like, what's up? I said, Kenny, what happened, bro? What happened? He was like, man, it wasn't about nothing. Some guy tried to take my food. I said, what happened? He said, well, I tried to fight back, but he just overpowered me. I said, what happened? He was like, this guy wanted my lunch tray, and I told him he couldn't have it, and he beat me up. I said, did you fight back? He said, I tried to. I said, Kenny, did you fight back? He said, no, I didn't. I said, why not? He said, I don't know, 'cause the dude was big and scary. I said, Kenny, I said, come on, what cell you got? He's like, over here. I said, come on. So we go over there. I said, Kenny, listen to me. You in prison now, okay? You have to fight back. He was like, yeah, I know people keep telling me. I said, no, Kenny. This ain't the county jail. You are in prison. There's men in here that if you show any type of sign of weakness, and I hope to God that word did not travel from the county jail to here, that it's a green light on you. And what I mean by that, like, word travels like, yo, we got this white boy that, won't fight for his, so it's a green light on him. I said, Kenny, because, we grew up somewhat together in the same area, I'm going to look out for you. But I'm going to tell you something right now. You going to have to start standing up for yourself if you want to protect your starfish. I know y'all like, Dante, hold up. What do you mean it's starfish? Do I got to spell it out? Do I got to sound it out? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the starfish. Y'all put two and two together, right? Before we go any further, I need for y'all to let me know, just in case if y'all forgot, to let me know where y'all from. What city and state is y'all from? Because I want to see, like, do I got people from all around the world watching this video? And if you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get back to the story. So he like, yeah, man, I know. I'm gonna be a man about it. I said, all right, Kenny. So I said, look, Kenny, if you need anything, just holler at me, right? He said, all right. I ended up leaving. I went to a visit. I come back. I'm just fast forwarding the story. Kenny is nowhere to be found. So I'm asking some of the homies, I'm like, hey, what happened to the white boy? They're like, oh, man, he got transferred to the next dorm. I said, for what? Did somebody do something to him? It was like, no, the guards came in here and they grabbed him out, and he next door, though. So I said, okay, I'll see what that's about, right? Next day, we on the yard. Now, they had him next door, and the dormitories was divided by in the yard. So if you in the next dorm, you can see the people when you go in the yard, but there's a fence that divides y'all. So I see white boy Kenny, and I'm like, yo, Kenny. And he looked, and he like, oh, what's up, Dante? Right? And he walked to the fence. I said, man, what happened? He was like, I don't know, man. The guards came and got me. They put me in the cell with this guy named S. I said, S? He said, yeah, he right there. Guess who he pointed at, y'all? Pointed at Sweet Low. You see, Sweet Low had pulled with the administration. And somehow, some way, Sweet Low got word that white boy Kenny. You never remember what I told y'all? And all this stuff starts from the county jail. If word get out from the county jail and you end up going to prison that you soft, it's cats in there that's gonna be waiting on you. So all you young cats out there that thinking that y'all gonna be doing this and getting away with that in the county jail, doing punk moves or whatever, it's dudes that's gonna hear about that. It's going to be waiting on y'all when y'all come. And Kenny, there was no exception. So Kenny ended up getting moved to a different dormitory in the cell with Sweet Low. I said, Kenny, I need for you to listen to me. You need to listen to me. That guy that you in the cell with, that dude name is Sweet Low. And that dude, he like young white boys. He said, no, man, Sweet Low, he cool, bro. He cool. I said, why do you think they call him Sweet Low? Man, I don't know. I don't know. I said, listen, Sweet Low, this is how he do things. I said, have he gave you anything? He's like, yeah, man, he done opened his store up. He said, I can have anything I want. He done gave me these brand new white t-shirts. He, giving me socks and, all. And he said, I can have anything he cool do. I said, hey, listen, Kenny, listen to me and listen to me closely. Give that back to him. Man, Dante, no disrespect. I said, no, Kenny, you need to listen to me, bro. Listen. This is what he do. Don't take nothing from him. Don't take nothing from him. He said, listen, Dante, look, my grandma, she on Social Security. She can't put no money on my books. She ain't taking, nobody ain't looking out for me. And this dude, he cool, man. We already talked about that. Somebody already told me like he like guys or whatever, but he ain't like that. He told me, we had a talk and he said it ain't like that. I said, so he told you out his own mouth that he like guys? He said, yeah, but he said it ain't like that. I said, Kenny, listen, why do you think this man got you transferred to his cell? Why do you think he picked you out of any and everybody in this whole prison? I said, that dude is going to try to make you a woman. He like, man, Dante, on the real, no disrespect. I know, we knew each other on the outside, but I'm a man. And, man, I got this, bro. I got you. I said, all right, Kenny. All right. The next day, right, I hit the yard. I don't see Kenny. So I put the word, I'm like, hey, y'all, what happened to the white boy? I'm talking to the fence to one of my homies. He's like, I don't know. I'll check. I'll put a word out, see what's going on, right? Later on that night, I get a kite, right? And I'm reading the kite, and it said, yeah, we ain't seen Kenny. We ain't seen him, and he won't come out to say or whatever. So I'm like, all right, whatever, right? So then the next day, we're going to fast forward to the second yard call. So I get up on the fence. And I called one of my homeboys. So I'm like, hey, what's up with the white boy? He was like, hey, bro, Sweet Low ain't letting him come out the cell. I said, for what? What's going on? He said, dude just ain't, he Sweet Low basically, no word is, he turned him out. I'm like, what you mean he turned him? He said, yeah. He basically told him he can't come out the cell. He got to eat in the cell, and he just can't come out the cell. I'm like, damn. So I'm like, all right. So I leave. About a week would go by. I done forgot all about Kenny because there's so much stuff that was going on in between. I just can't be worried about one person, So I always had it in the back of my mind like, okay, yeah, Kenny here. I warned him. He ain't coming out the cell. Something must have happened. About a week would go by, right? And I'm out there on the weight pile, pushing that iron, 225, right? Putting it up, throwing it up in the air. And I sit up, right? One of my homeboys was like, yo, D-Tape. I said, what's up? He said, hey, man, come to the fence. Come to the fence. I'm like, what's up? He said, remember that white boy you was talking about? I said, yeah. He said, what? He over there. I said, where at? He right there. And I'm looking, but I'm looking past him. I said, where he at? He said, right there. And I'm looking, Then I seen them. Sweet Low got white boy Kenny turned all the way out. And when I say he turned all the way out, he got his shirt like in a halter top, like tied up in the front, right? Sweet Low done went to a seamstress, right? Up in the prison, because there's guys that you can pay that can alter your clothes, right? This dude got like capris on. His lips, right? They red. And he got like foundation, like pink foundation. He already had hair, but it was like braided to the back, like 2 ponytails. And I said, damn, Sweet Low got Kenny. So I was like, yo, Kenny. And he looked, because he heard me. He tried to act like he didn't hear me. I said, yo, Kenny, what's up? So he came to the gate. I said, what's up, Kenny? He was like, yeah, bro, that ain't, don't call me Kenneth no more. I said, what happened? He said, man, you see what happened. You see what happened. I said, Kenny. He said, man, my name ain't Kenny no more, bro. My name Keisha. Then he turned away and walked off with his head down. I said, damn, they got Kenny. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. So this prison story is about when I met this dude named Duke that was from Detroit, Michigan. And he really had a crazy story of why he ended up in prison. So I'm going to go ahead and give y'all that story. So we on our way to the transfer center, where actually the reception center, which is Jackson State Prison, whatever. So you could do your time, all your time there, if you got like maybe a max of 5 years-ish or whatever. But normally this is just the reception center. You just, be there for a couple months or a year or two or whatever, then get sent to your regular prison or whatever. But anyway, we on our way from Genesee County, so we got a long bus ride to Jackson, Michigan. So we get on the bus and he gets seated right next to me, right? Now, we sitting there and he just sitting there looking crazy. So all I'm thinking is like, man, if this dude try anything, I'm about to elbow this dude right in the mouth, right? That's hit him with the elbow, bam, right? But how we handcuff, like our ankles are cuffed together, our wrists are cuffed together, and also our wrist is, we got a chain around our waist that's hooked up to our wrist too. But you still got your elbows loose, so you can, get it in if you need to. Right? So all I'm thinking is, man, I'm finna hurt this dude if he say anything crazy, if he move wrong, if he look at me wrong. I'm just going to have to put these elbows on him. Oh, hold on, y'all. Before we go any further, if you listening to this story and you subscribe and you didn't get the notification, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, hit the notification button, and don't forget to hit that like button. Also, let me know where y'all from in the comment section so I can see how far my reach is with this channel. And with that, y'all, let's continue the story. So, I'm sitting there, and he like, hey, bro, you feel like talking? I said, what's going on? He like, man, I ain't never coming home, bro. Now, as he talking to me, he's not looking at me. We not having contact, eye-to-eye contact. He looking straight ahead. But he's talking to me because, I'm the only one right here. I'm sitting right next to him. So I'm like, what's up? So he remained quiet for maybe about 30 seconds at best. He said, look, let me tell you the story. I said, what's up? He said, so he met this chick at the bar, right? They hit it off, whatever. And she telling him, like, yeah, she got this estate. Like, basically, her grandparents left her, like, this big old house and, like, 20 acres of land or whatever. And he like, oh, okay. Well, okay, that's cool. That's good, I guess. Now, he said he just got out the joint, right? For Grand Theft Auto. They gave him 4 years or whatever. But he just got out the joint, and he been going to this, you know, this bar to get laid or whatever. So he run into this chick or whatever. So she telling him, like, yeah, I got this estate. I got this inheritance. And, you know, I'm basically out here all alone. And, you know, what's up? So he like, what's up? Now, keep in mind, y'all, this is a black chick, too. So he said, you know, they talking or whatever, and they end up leaving the bar, and they end up coming to her house. So he said, as they driving, they going to the country. So he asked her, like, girl, you ain't gonna try to kill me, is you, or anything? And she like, no, man, I told you I live out here in the country, whatever. So he said that, you know, when they got out there, she really had a big old house, a huge house, all these acres, farm animals, all that type of stuff, right? But it's dark or whatever. So he said they end up pulling up to the house or whatever. And he asked her, like, do you got any dogs here? She was like, no, I ain't got no dogs or whatever. And he was like, is anybody home? And she like, no, it's just me out here. And he like, all right, bet. So he said that they go inside, they sit in the living room, and she go to the bedroom or whatever, and she come back and she dressed in lingerie. Now, I know a lot of y'all freaked out cats out here want Dante to go into details, but nah, I'm just going to put it this way. He ended up doing what he did right there with her on the couch, right? So after that, you know, they go to sleep right there on the couch. He holding her. I'm going to say maybe 7 o'clock in the morning, she gets up, jump in the shower, and proceed to make bacon and eggs. So he wake up smelling that good aroma of that bacon, right? And he like, okay, bet. So he get up, he go in the kitchen. She said, how you sleep? He said, shoot, girl, you put me to sleep. Shoot, it's like when I bust, it was like I took a melatonin or something. So she got to laugh. She said, man, you funny. He said, yeah. So, you know, she was like, well, I'm gonna make you breakfast and I'm gonna take you back to your car at the bar. He was like, you ain't got to do that. She was like, why? He was like, to be honest, I ain't got no car. So she was like, what, you walk there? He said, yeah, I stay at this hotel or whatever right down the street from her. So she was like, you ain't got no house or nothing? He was like, man, to be real with you, I just got out the joint, man. I just got out the joint. I'm just trying to find my way. And she was like, oh, well, I guess you could stay here. Keep in mind, y'all, they just met last night. Just last night they met. But hey, you can't argue what they say, love is love or whatever. You can't help who you love. Well, I say you can't help who you lust after, but that's a whole nother conversation. Anyway, so he like, for real? She said, yeah, you can stay here. I mean, I got this big house and, you know, I need like a farm hand, you know, I can teach you some stuff. And he like, man, I don't know nothing about being no farmer. She was like, but it's easy. It ain't really that hard. Plus, you know, it'll be fun. And he was like, well, all right, cool, shoot. So he was like, you gonna give me a tour around the house, around the property? She was like, yeah, after breakfast. So they sitting down, they eating the breakfast or whatever. And he was like, man, you for real? I can stay here? She like, yeah, you my man. And he is like, all right, bet, cool. Right? So when he said, shoot, I just hit the jackpot, shoot. I mean, this lady is easy on the eyes. Shoot, she got her own spot, all this land, shoot. Nigga ain't got to work, basically. Right? So she walking around the property, showing him everything, and they walking around the house, and you know, she showing them things and just giving him the grand tour of the whole property, the whole estate. So everything is everything. Now, 2 months ago by, he have not left this house. He haven't left the house at all. He had no reason to leave the house. He ain't looking for no job. Job wasn't even in his peripheral. Job was not even in his future plans of doing anything. He just figured he was just going to just live off her, and hey, it is what it is, right? So about 2 months ago by, and she tell him like, hey, my parents are coming from Africa or whatever. Then he was like, oh, okay, what they said, Africa? She was like, yeah. And he was like, oh, okay, well, they gonna be here for about a year. So he like, okay. So she was like, that I'm just give you the heads up, but they cool peeps or whatever. But he's like, all right, bet. So the parents end up coming in the next 2 weeks. They see him, they meet each other. It's all good. It's all love. It ain't no problems, no issues. Now, forgot to tell y'all, they got a 5-bedroom house. This house is a 5-bedroom. So she got her room, and the mom and daddy got their room. Bam. So it's 3 rooms that's available now. So then she has a sister and her husband that end up coming down also. They end up moving in too. So now it's 2 rooms available, right? Keep that in mind. So everybody is actually getting along. You know, it's enough space. Everybody helping out with the farm animals. Everybody keeping up the maintenance on the prop. Everything is good. However, now this show ended up on the Donta Show Network. So you know that something is about to go wrong. Everything sounds so good for homeboy. You know, he just got out the joint. You know, he just met this attractive lady. She got, you know, this big old house. There's all this land, and you know, her parents is cool. Her sister cool. Everybody cool, right? Well, this is where it's about to go wrong. So he get a call where the house phone ring, and he picks it up. Hello? Hey, what's going on, man? Who is this? This so-and-so. Oh, what's going on? Is so-and-so there? Yeah, but who is this? But man, who is this? Now, the guy that's on the phone is this girl's ex-boyfriend, right? He was a knucklehead that ended up getting locked up for stealing Cadillac converters. And when I say Cadillac converters, I mean him and his crew went out and was stealing a lot of Cadillac converters, like up into the 100,000, you know, grand larceny type, right? He ended up getting 8 years, right? Now he's coming home in the next 2 months. So they talking, and he like, yeah, who is you? And he like, man, I'm her boyfriend or whatever. Then he like, man, how's you her boyfriend and I'm her boyfriend, and you know, I'm in the joint, man. Put her on the phone. So dude like, man, hold on. So he give her the phone. She like, hello? He like, hey, man, well, you got this guy all up in the house. She was like, yeah, I mean, he is my man. And he like, man, listen, I'm coming home in 2 months, man. So, you know, I know you probably got this dude here just because, whatever. I'm coming home, baby. And she like, well, okay, let me call you back. He like, man, how you gonna call me back? She like, well, just call me back in an hour. Got off the phone, and I'm gonna be real. She kept it G with him. She told him like, hey, listen, you know, he been away for a lot of years, and you know, I have been keeping up with him, and I still love him. So he like, what you mean? What you mean you still love him? She was like, I still love him. I still love him. And he gonna need a place to stay when he get here. So he like, what? She like, yeah, he gonna need a place to stay here, and you gonna have to go. So he like, wait, hold up. Hold up. Yeah, I know y'all. Hey, but at least she kept it G. She ain't lied to him. She ain't beat around the bush. She just straight up told him. So he was like, so you mean to tell me you done had me up in this house and you have feelings for your ex-boyfriend that been locked up for about 7 years, and you just gonna kick me out at the drop of a hat like that? And she was like, I mean, I guess he like, what about all the love that we done made? Like, what about all the love that we had? And she was like, what you mean? And he was like, man, this crazy. Like, what you, so you gonna forget about all the love that we had? You ain't gonna forget that. I'm just playing, y'all. I just added that in there. But she like, yeah, I mean, hey, I still love him, and he gonna need a place to stay. So I mean, you could stay here until he get out, but then you gonna have to go. So he said, all right, man. So he just walk out the house. He get to walking around the property, trying to clear his head, and he like, yo, what the am I in the Twilight Zone? Like, did this really just happen? Did this chick really just? No. Yeah, I don't, man. All right, whatever, man. So later on that day, he ended up coming back in the house, and her father, ended up pulling him to the side, like, hey, my daughter told me that, she let you know that her ex-boyfriend, he gonna be moving in, you gonna have to go. I just hope that, there won't be no problems, because, that's still my daughter, and I gotta protect her, and I can't, have you being aggressive. He said, no disrespect, Pops. He called him Pops. He said, look, I don't got no ill feelings towards your daughter. I'm just blown away, man. I ain't really got nowhere to go, and I don't know. This is she decide. I don't know, man. Your daughter good, man. I ain't gonna put hands on her. I'm not even that type of man. So he said, all right, I just wanted to just make that clear with you, man. I mean, I do feel bad for you. You seem like a good guy, but I mean, just her house and just her life. So he said, all right. Now, they remained, sleeping in the same bed together, being intimate, all that, up until the night before homeboy was getting released. So she told him, like, hey, you got to pack up, got to go, right? And she drove him to a hotel and paid for his hotel stay for a whole month. Old boy got picked up from prison. Now he moved in there. Everything good, or so it seemed. So, homeboy that I'm sitting next to, on this bus ride, he telling me, like, he was down to like his second last day of being at this hotel. He said, man, I was just so like bewildered, like, I can't believe this happened to me. So he reached back out to her and told her, like, hey, listen, can you pay for my hotel room for another month or whatever? Could you give me a bus ticket to Georgia, where my mom's at or whatever? And she said, nah, you're not my man. I didn't even have to do that for you. So he said that, for real, like, straight up, you gon', like, for real? And she like, yeah. And then homeboy got on the phone like, hey, man, don't call my B no more. Don't call my B no more. That's over. It's over. So he like, all right, say less. Say less. So he said that, the 2 days went by. He ain't got no money. He called his mom and said, hey, ma, could you, send me a bus ticket so I can come down there. I ain't doing good. And, mama on Social Security. Mama ain't got no money, man. So he basically homeless now. So what he decides to do, he goes to a pawn shop. He ain't got no money. And he asking the pawn shop keeper, like, yo, let me look at the guns, man. Let me check out that 9mm. Let me check out that Beretta right there. Right? So the pawn shop guy let him see the gun. He takes off running out the store, hauling all tail out the pawn shop, right? So he running, he get away. He ended up going to Walmart and he got him some bullets. Some 9mm bullets. I guess he got a 9 or whatever. He steal those. He walks maybe 30 miles to this chick house. 30 miles. So he said he planned on just going there robbing her. Because he know that she keep maybe about $2-3 in her purse or whatever. So he said he just gonna go there, sneak on the property, sneak in the house, because he been there for about 4-5 months. Steal her purse, take the money and leave and go down there to Georgia, right? Long story short, y'all, he ended up unaliving her mama, her daddy, her, and homeboy, and the sister. Yeah. So now he's on his way to Jackson State Penitentiary with your one and only Dante. When he told me that story, I was like, man, the only thing I was thinking is like, you could have got a job, homeboy. I didn't say this to him. I just sat there and just listened to him. And I was thinking to myself, man, that was on you, man. It's like, first of all, from the jump, why would you move in with this chick and you don't even know her? But I get he was like in a bad predicament living at the hotel, but at the same time, like, you don't know this woman at all. You should have never let that woman have that much control and power on you. I guess the free ride had to come to an end. But when he went to that house to steal a purse, to get down there to Georgia, he ended up snatching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 human lives. Five human lives he ended up snatching. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this video. Don't forget to hit the like button, share this video. Till next time, I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. Hey, listen, y'all, I know I'm wrong. I'm dead wrong for telling y'all this story, but I have to tell y'all this story because there's a crucial lesson in this story, right? But before we go any further, if you listening to this story and you didn't get my notification, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, and hit the notification bell. And don't forget to hit the like button too. Also, let me know where you're from in the comment section. Just put your area code in there. All right, let's go. So my homeboy was about to get married, right? Matter of fact, we just gonna fast forward. We gonna we gonna skip past everything, and we gonna go straight to the strip club, right? So we went to the strip club. I'm not gonna say the name of it, but we ended up going into the strip club. Now, I knew a lot of the girls that worked there. And when I say I knew a lot of the girls, I mean, like, let's say it's maybe 30 dancers. I probably knew about 22 of them. And the reason why I knew about 22 of them, because I grew up with these girls. They was all from my neighborhood in the surrounding areas, right? So, and back in the day, we used to move around, right? And I just knew a lot of people from a lot of different schools, so I knew a lot of these girls. Now, when I used to go to the strip club, it wasn't because I was on no creepy, freaky type stuff. No, I used to go there and chill. Me and the homies, that was our spot. It was even times that I would go up there with my Xbox, right, and hook it up to the TV and be right there playing. You know what I'm saying? And that was just our chill spot. But anyway, we at the bachelor party, right? We in there deep. It's about 15, 16 of us, right? We in there chilling, we doing our thing, right? So this girl, right, I didn't know, it was this Latino chick that came up in there, the stripper Latino. She was like a Mexican girl, because most of the girls that was in there was predominantly black, and you had a couple of white girls that was in there, but it wasn't that many. It was maybe about 3, 4, and the rest all black. So when the Latino chick come up in there, and she was like exotic, so everybody was like really like, oh man, I want her and all this and that, and she was getting most of the attention, right? So me looking at it, I'm like, man, that ain't nothing. I've been around, I'm well traveled. I done been around the whole United States of America. When I say that, I literally mean that. The only place I ain't never been to was Nebraska. I don't believe I've been to Mississippi or Alabama neither. Outside of that, outside of that, I've been everywhere. I've been to Wyoming, Idaho. There's a whole bunch of weird places. You say, well, why was you going to all these places? Well, when I was like 19, 20, I used to work. Well, that's a whole different story. Let's just put it this way. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not speaking in code, but I literally was a door-to-door salesman that went state to state. But if y'all is an avid, listener to my channel, I already told that story before. But if you haven't heard it, go watch some old videos. You'll figure it out. But yeah, anyway, so all these guys is up on her, and she making all the money, and most of the girls are jealous of her. They like, what I'm saying? But so anyway, so my guy that's about to get married, right? Dante had that mouthpiece. So I went over there, and she was at the bar, like cashing out at the bar, like, getting, some guys gave her a couple $100 bills. And, she was exchanging the $100 bills. She was exchanging the $100 bills for $1 for $100 or whatever. And they take like $15 off of it. Every 100 they take off, the house take $15 off the bat, right? So I pulled up on her real quick, and I said, hey, listen, I'm not like these other dudes here, and I know all these dudes' tricks, but listen, this my homeboy about to get married, and cause you show him some love or whatever. So she looked at me and she was like, where he at? And I was like, he over there. Then she looked me up down. She said, well, you cute, I like you, you want to dance? I said, no, I don't pay for it. She was like, I didn't say you had to pay for it, I got enough money. I said, no, I'm good. I didn't come here for all that. She was like, oh, okay. She was like, what you? I said, yeah, he right over there. Right? She said, okay, I'm gonna take care of him. So I said, all right, bet. Right, so I went back over there and I sat down. My homeboy was like, what you say to her? I said, no, that's between me and her. They're like, man, you always doing that, man. I said, no, man, y'all chill out, man. Y'all doing too much, right? So I get back it up and I go to the bar and I go get me a shot of Hennessy and Coke. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. Don't be buying them drinks up in there. It ain't me hating. I ain't put the name of the club on there, but they be selling watered down drinks. If you want to get right, man, drink before you come up in there. And whoa. For y'all out there that we talking about, oh, Dante, you supposed to be saving the youth. Why you encouraging drinking? First of all, this story right here, ain't no kids need to be listened to anyway. This for adults right here. So, matter of fact, on the thumbnail says 18 plus. Anyway, matter of fact, if y'all haven't hit the like button already, hit the like button and let me know where you're from. Put your area code in the comment section. Anyway, so, I get my little Hennessy and Coke with the lime on the side, and I go over there and I take a seat, right? So I'm over there sipping. I ain't drinking, I'm sipping, right? Got my little straw. So she comes over there and everybody like, oh, snap. Now, due to the fact that I'm married now, I got to be respectful about this. I'm not going to describe this lady's body or anything, but I'm just going to say, who can I compare her to? Maybe Cardi B. Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah, maybe Cardi B. Yeah, we can say that. So she comes over there. My homies, they all like, oh, they trying to touch her, and I'm talking about straight up dogs. Y'all remember off of Roger Rabbit with that wolf, like, oh, that his mouth elongate? Yeah, that's how they were, dogs, right? So she was like, who's getting married? And he like, that's me. So she done jumped on his lap, gave him a lap dance, all up on him, doing this, doing that. And, he whispered, she whispered something in his ear. Now, I don't know exactly what she said, but I almost, I ain't saying I'm 100%, but I'm almost sure she told him a price, right? She told him a price. He agreed. Because right after she was dancing up on him, they got up and they walked to the VIP room. Now, they got two VIP rooms. You got the regular VIP room where it's like you go in this door and there's booths and them $100. Now, with these booths, it's just like a little door that, you go in these booths, you close the door, but if somebody could open the door and come in there, or they could look under like a stall type thing, or they could look over. That right there is $100 for 3 songs. I ain't been there for a minute, but then there's an exclusive VIP room that you're literally in the room, and this is $250 per 3 videos. Now, that room supposed to is isolated. You know what I mean? You get way more privacy. So if you are in there doing something that you don't supposed to be doing, but it's all consensual, that's what it is. So if you go to that exclusive room, it's going down. This ain't that. We ain't coming in here to dance. We ain't coming in here to talk about life. We ain't coming in here to do the usual. You know what? So, that's the understanding. So they goes to the exclusive VIP room, right? So they get in there. Now, I know y'all wonder, like, hold up, Dante. Listen, we know you the master storyteller. We know that you the best at the business. But how did you know what was going on? Because this was told to me after what happened. I'm just laying the groundwork for y'all so y'all can peep the scene, so I can put y'all there with the visualization. Right now, everything else that I'm about to tell y'all from this point on, I'm going off what was told to me from my homeboy, right? So they get in there, they do what they do. Now I'm gonna stop it right there, and then I'm gonna come back later and tell y'all what happened in there, right? Because I can't spoil it. So anyway, they go in there, they do what they do. He come out and he looked like he was out of breath. And, like he, bang went off, right? So he just laid back in the cut. He like, man, be honest, y'all, I'm ready to go. I got what I came from. I got what I came for, whatever. Now, I want to put another pause right there. Men out there that is having these bachelor's party, this is the education, y'all. Pay attention. If you are a man that you about to get married, don't cheat on your wife, because that's still cheating. Don't cheat on your fiance, because what's about to happen, well, I'm going to give y'all some real raw facts right quick. I'm not saying all strippers got herpes. I'm not saying all strippers got STDs. I'm not saying all strippers are nasty. But maybe about out of 30 of them, 25 of them is all that and above, period. It ain't no negotiating that. It is what it is. You don't want to not have none of these diseases or STDs, right? And then you mess with these women on your the night before you get married. You catch this STD, and then you give it to your wife on consummation night. That's one of the most foulest, messed up things. That's why I don't understand why these dudes be messing with these strippers or messing with any woman, right? They say, oh, it's my last right, my last passage of being a hoe. All right, well, hey, understand what I just said. I hope that did not go over none of y'all heads, man. Cheating is still cheating. It don't matter, we just having a good time. A lot of people having a good time later down the road found out that good time cost them their life. Yep, yeah. Via having that 3-letter word package. But that's the education part of this. I gotta give it to y'all like that. But let's get back to the story. So anyway, he like, yeah, man, y'all, I'm going to call it a night, man. I'm going to call it a night. I got what I got. He was like, I bet, right? Next day, y'all, he called me. Hey, man, Donta, I need for you to get over here, man. I'm like, what's going on? I said, I know you ain't getting cold feet. He like, no, bro, I need you to get over here now. I said, all right, the way that he said that, I'm like, do I need to, get that iron? He like, no, bro, it ain't that, man. Just come over here, man. Damn. So when he said that, I knew it was serious, but I knew it wasn't no street stuff. So he would have told me to bring that, that iron. So I said, all right. So I jump in the car and I head over there. I come in. He's sitting on the couch with it, like he naked with a towel on. I said, yo, what's up, man? He said, bro, man, I need for you to take me to the clinic. I said, what did you do? He said, man, this what happened. Now I'm about to tell y'all what happened. He said, man, we went to the VIP room, right? I said, yeah. He said, no, we went to the other VIP room. I said, okay, what happened? He said, man, I broke that B off from the back. I said, for real? He said, yeah. So I said, okay, wow, all right. He was like, but this the thing, man. She said that she's still fertile, right? That she could have a baby or whatever. And, she allowed me to get her from the back. I said, from the back? He said, yeah, from the back. Now, I ain't got to explain to y'all what that is. We all adults here, right? He didn't get her in a, where you can have the baby from. I'm talking about the other way. So he said, I said, okay, did you use protection? He said, no. I said, come on, dog. I said, come on, man. He said, man, listen, it ain't that, man, but I'm burning, I'm hurting. I need for you to take me to the clinic, man. I said, all right, let's go. So he get dressed and I'm outside the car and waiting. And then I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, man, if let's just say she had gonorrhea or syphilis or whatever that could get you to burn like that, how did it show up that quick? It had to be maybe, we left they had to do what they did maybe at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's about 9 in the morning, so 8 hours. I don't think symptoms, pull up on you like that quick. But hey, y'all see the title, y'all seen the thumbnail, so y'all know what happened. But y'all don't know what happened, but y'all know what happened in a way, because in the title and the thumbnail. But y'all don't know what happened. So here you go. So we end up going in there. And remember, y'all, this is his wedding night. This homeboy's wedding day. He about to go down the aisle in a couple hours, right? To see his I do's and all that, right? So we in the clinic. Long story short, he get up in there, right? I'm sitting in the lobby, right? Next thing you know, he comes out maybe like 30 minutes later. Guess what, y'all? He didn't have no STD. He ain't have gonorrhea. He ain't have syphilis. He ain't have all these things that people get when they be having unprotected sex, right? Nah, he ain't had that. Guess what he had? Oh, you already know. He had pieces of jalapenos, like little pieces of jalapenos in his urethra. I said, Dante, wait. For the people that don't know what a urethra is for us men, when we pee, it's whatever the trail, I don't know, y'all know, whoever got their medical degree or whatever, when we, the pathway, right? Yeah. So 2 or 3 pieces. See, the chick was eating nachos, right? She was eating nachos. And, one way in, one way out. And he went in the out way, and that was in her system. And it got in his system the wrong way. And yeah, that's what happened. Cold game, right? So I said, what? So he like, thank God. I said, man. So he said, and I'm going to be graphic with y'all, because this right here need to be told. For any of you cats out there that out here living a foul life, any of you cats out there cheating on your wife, cheating on your girlfriend, cheating on your fiance, understand this, right? Well, when he hear this, because he always listen to my stories. A lot of my homeboys listen to my stories. But he gonna hear this, he go like, man, Dante, you wrong, bro. But hey, I ain't put his name out there. A couple of my homeboys is married. So, hey, it is what it is. So, we leave there. I'm like, man, that's wild, dog. He like, man, yeah, I said, if that ain't no wake up sign that, hey, you need to do right, man, I don't know what to tell you. He like, yeah, man, you right, man. You right. So, hey, let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about this video. Do y'all think he got what he deserved? Because it could have been a lot worse. He could have, I'm not saying because first of all, I'm not playing them type of games anyway in those strip clubs, especially, right, with random women. But, because he could have got something way worse. He could have got something that he couldn't get rid of for real. So y'all let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about this video. With that, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, hit that subscribe button if you ain't subscribed to the channel. Let me know where y'all from. Put your area code in the comment section. And with that, y'all, I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. In prison, you run into all type of people. And when I say all type of people, I literally mean all type of people. And sometimes you run into people that's from your city. Sometimes you might run into people from your neighborhood. Sometimes you might run into the person that you was cheating with spouse. This is what this story about. But before we get into this story, I need for y'all to do your big partner Donta a favor. Number one, hit the like button if you haven't already. Share this video and leave a comment in the comment section of where you from. You know, so that way I can see where my audience is coming from. Nevertheless, let's get to the story. So I had this cellmate by the name of Terrell. Terrell was one of them type of guys that was real athletic, and all he liked to do was play basketball. Y'all know the type that since they was 2 years old, they had a basketball in their hand, and that's all he talked about. He always talked about, oh, LeBron ain't better than MJ. MJ is the GOAT. Can't know his top three is MJ, LeBron, and Wilt Chamberlain, right? Side note, y'all. Side note. Who do y'all think is better, LeBron or Mike? Me, I'm gonna reserve my judgment till later. I'll let y'all know how I feel. But who better, Mike or LeBron? So anyway, so that's all. That's him. That's all he do. All he do is talk about sports, NBA particularly, right? So one day, I asked him, because it's not polite to ask somebody what they in there for, right? Unless you in there with them and y'all done spent some months together or whatever, or you just get the vibe that you could just ask them, like, just straight up, right? So one day we kicking it. I said, man, what you do to get in here, man? You supposed to be in the NBA or somewhere, man. Like, what you get in here for, man? He was like, well, I ended up killing my wife. I said, what? He said, yeah, I killed my wife. So I just sat there for a minute, and he was like, you ain't gonna ask why? I said, well, I guess, yeah, what happened? So he said that basically he met his wife in college and they was cool. Everything was everything. And he said that when he approached her, she told him like she was in an abusive relationship and she was just trying to get out of it or whatever. So he basically rolled up on the guy and told him like, hey, she with me now, and if you want to have an issue, we have an issue. But turns out that, her abusive boyfriend was not built like that. He was like a punk. He'd bark on a woman, put hands on a woman, but if a man confront him, he gon' try to cop a plea, and he cop pleas. And he wasn't even gonna try to fight for her. And, he said, he told him like, don't call her no more. You better not write her no letter. You better just, when you see her coming, you better go the other way. And that's just what it was. Dude complied, right? So he said ever since then, she looked at him like her knight in shining armor or whatever. So he said it was rocking for about 5 years. They graduated college, they settled down, and everything was good. Now, here's the problem. Now, they settled in her old hometown or whatever. And he said everything was good. They both was working. They had a kid together, whatever. And she said, well, he basically said her ex came into town. Not the guy that he punked out, but the guy that took her virginity when they was teenagers, right? So he ended up working, she was working at a group home, right? So I guess she was like a director at this group home, and dude came there and got a position as a groundskeeper and somebody that like keeps a handyman basically. So long story short, they end up, rekindling, and she started a affair with the guy that she lost her virginity to. Now, he said he was working so much because he became like the sports director at this high school or whatever. And he said he was just consumed with his life, so he didn't notice the cheating or whatever. Until one time, he said that they end up, they haven't been intimate for like 2 weeks, right? And she'll be making excuses like, oh, I don't want to, I'm on my cycle, or I'm just too tired, I'm just too busy. But he said prior to that, they used to get it on all the time. So he said finally, you know, she got in the shower or whatever, he seen that she didn't have no pad on, and there she had no pad. So he's like, why would she lop up in on her menstrual cycle or whatever? So he said he just got in the shower with her. And, he was like, yo, I want some, basically. And so they got the hug and the kiss, and then they end up, doing what grown folks do, right? But he said when he got in it, it was different. Yeah. He said that it was, how can I put this without being too descriptive? He said that it was basically blown out. He said usually when he get in it, it be tight. She'd be gasping and whatever, but he said he just fell off in it, and he like, oh, no, man, something ain't right here. So he said, he was like, hey, man, what's up? Like, you cheat on me? And she like, no, why would you say that? He like, man, no, I'm not stupid, man, no, what you... So he said he got out the shower, and he telling her like, man, no, let me see your phone, man, because he said he didn't suspect nothing at this point at all. So he said he got her phone. He going through it, and he like, who is this right here? And it was the guy. Then she was like, no, just one of my workers. And then he just called the phone, and when he heard the voice and he talking to him, he like, hold on, is this the guy that you lost your virginity to? She was like, yeah, but it ain't nothing. He like, hey, man, hold on. So, then they got him and the guy was arguing. They got the phone. He said, hold on. So you been cheating on me with the guy you lost your virginity? Like, when did this start? So she just started crying. And, well, it wasn't like, I didn't know that I had these feelings for him. And I just messed up. And he like, listen, man, we are a family. We are family. I married you, and we graduated college. We got our daughter. We got our careers, and this is what you gonna throw this away for this guy? And she like, I'm sorry. I just had a weak. He like, what you mean you had a weak moment? What did I do? What did I do? What do you mean you had a weak moment? What happened? And she was like, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. So he like, you know what? Okay, you know what? I'm good. She like, what, you gonna divorce me? He said, no, I'm not gonna divorce you because I love you, and I know you made a mistake. But how many times did y'all do it? She was like, just once. He said, come on, man, don't lie to me. Tell me the truth or we are getting divorced. Okay, we did it like 10 times. So he was like, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. I need to leave. I need to go clear my head. So he said he leave. And he said he just driving around, and he like, man, forget this, man. I'm finna go to the strip club. I need to be around some women. I need to clear my head. So he said he pull up to the strip club, and he go in there, get him a couple of drinks, and he said he see this chick, and she wasn't even know all that to him, but he just told like, hey, how much is it, for us to mess around or whatever. She told him the price. They went outside to his car, and they did what they did, right? So he said it didn't make him feel better at all. He said, in fact, it just made him feel more worse. So he said, you know what? This ain't me. This ain't me. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't know if I can forgive this woman. I'm just going to go home and just go to bed, man. Forget it. So he stopped at the liquor store, get him a fifth of Henny. He drinking, he driving, he pull up to the house. She like, are you okay? He just walked past her. He get in the bed. He go to sleep. So he said for about a whole week, she was basically just saying, I'm sorry, I love you, cooking breakfast for him, just keep reassuring that she'll never do this again. And she let dude go. She fired him and all this and that, right? Cool. So he like, man, he really giving her the cold shoulder because he was really hurt behind this, because he like, yo, what did I do? I didn't even do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So he said when he was out, it was this chick that he seen. And, he was at the grocery store. He looking at her, and she caught his eye. And I guess she looked at him. I guess they was playing eye tag in the grocery store or whatever. So I guess he walked up on like, is you following me? And she was like, no, I'm not following you. Is you following me? And he was like, I might be. And I guess they started laughing and joking. And from there, they exchanged numbers, right? So he said maybe like 2 weeks, they were just talking on the phone, texting, and he wasn't even studying his wife. His wife was like, who was that on the phone? He was like, nobody important, nobody you need to know. So he said, like, she'd be like, man, so is you talking to another woman? He's like, if I was, I ain't effing them. I ain't effing them like you did. So, she was like, all right, man, whatever. And then she'd keep kissing his butt and, that jazz. So he say one day the girl didn't know that he was married though. She didn't know that. So one day the wife say, okay, listen, I'm gonna give you some time. I'm gonna go move in with my sister. I'm gonna take our daughter and I'm just gonna give you some time to clear your head. And he like, all right, bye, whatever. So she said, I'm gonna leave for about 3 or 4 days. So he said, okay, whatever. Kissed his daughter. The mama them left, right? After 3 days, she was like, I'm just going to stay here for 2 weeks, to get my mind clear and stuff. And he was like, all right, whatever. So now it's in his head that, the wife going to be gone for 2 weeks. So old girl called him like, hey, I want to see you or whatever. He like, matter of fact, yeah, come on, this is my address. Come on through, right? Come on through. So she come over, they have a nice dinner. He said they had like steak, asparagus with butter and macaroni and cheese and some red wine, maybe some Stella rolls, right? So he said, they sitting there and they chilling, they talking. So they end up, moving the conversation from the dining room to the couch. And, he said they sitting there, they watch TV and, they looking in each other's eyes and, first they got the touching and kissing and, well, that led into something else and they end up doing it right there on the couch, right? So he said like, he woke up and she was standing in front of, I guess he had like this fireplace and his pictures on there and she was standing there. She was like, this your wife? And he was like, that's my wife. She was like, why you didn't tell me you was married? And he was like, we going through something right now. She like, I know this woman. And he was like, what you mean you know this woman? She like, I know this woman. And he was like, what you mean? And she was like, this woman right here is my husband's first love. And he said, what? She said, yeah, this woman right here is she was cheating. Yeah, my husband. Yeah, he like, wait, hold on, you married too? She said, I am married. And he was like, hold on. Who is your husband? And she told him, and he said, my wife was cheating on. That's why me and her we into it. So she said, what? Yeah, your husband is my wife's first love. They messed around. That's why me and her got into it. And it's crazy that me and you together now. So I'm like, for real? He said, yeah, that's crazy, right? This is we live in a crazy world. I said, okay. So they like, okay, this is weird. So he said like, hey, I'm just going to leave this alone. I'm going to leave it alone, right? He said, I'm not really with this revenge stuff. Because now she thinking like, so you knew this all this time? He like, no, I didn't know that. I didn't know that y'all knew each other. So she thinking this is like some revenge type thing, like sleeping with her to get at him type thing, right? So she said, no, this ain't cool. I'm not comfortable with this and all this. So she leaves, right? He said about 3 hours went by. 3 hours went by. He said that he get a bang at the door. It's got to be like 3 o'clock in the morning at this time. He get a bang at the door. Boom, 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 boom. Right? It's dude. Right? It's his wife, first love. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, bruh, you F my wife? You F my wife, bruh? He said he ain't waste no time. He said he snatched that door open and they got the brawling. He said he put all hands and feet on this man. He said he beat the living dog crap out of him. Right? He said as he's beating this man, beating him. Now keep in mind, his wife, right? The dude that I'm locked up with, his wife that went to stay with mama is only 40 minutes away. So dude called her and told her, like, yeah, your husband slept with my wife. He need to get to this house. So his wifey is already on the way to the house. And she sees her first love getting whooped out by her husband. And she get over there, get off of him, stop hitting him. She done called the police and everything. And he snapped out. He said, hold on. I'm your husband. And you taking up for this dude? So he said he grabbed her by her hair, dragged her into the house, went into a drawer. He grabbed that 380. And he said he put 2 on her head. He said the police came. He was sitting on the stoop. Dude was beat to a bloody pulp. He survived. But his wife didn't make it. Now he in here with me. Check this out, y'all. If you not happy in your relationship and you thinking about stepping out, or you done been in a relationship with somebody and it didn't work out and you see that person again, just go back to the day why it didn't work out. Or you might find yourself on the Donta Show Network being the subject of a prison story. With that, y'all, I got another hot one that's going to drop tomorrow at 3:45 p.m. Stay tuned. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. All right, y'all. So I knew this dude named Dominique from Detroit, Michigan. I went to Job Corps with him. And, he was the type of guy that played too much. I mean, he thought everything was funny. He thought everything was a joke. He laughed at things that shouldn't have been laughed at. And he just never got the hint. You know what I'm saying? He never knew how to bag off. So it wasn't no surprise that he ended up in Jackson State with me. Now, he ended up getting into it with his girl. He ended up shooting in the car where his kid was in there, and his girl, it was his baby mama or whatever. But thank God nobody got hit. So they gave him 2 to 12 years because he got hit with fleeing and eluding and some other stuff, right? So they gave him 2 to 10. So now he's in Jackson with me. Now, before we go on with this story, if you watching this video and you didn't get my notification, make sure you unsubscribe, then subscribe back to the channel and hit the notification bell. And since y'all already here, make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment in the comment section, and share the video. All right. So anyway, we in the day room, and here comes Dominique. He comes strolling in. And I ain't seen Dominique in like 5 years. And when I seen him, he was like when I seen him, knew him out in the street or whatever, Dominique was like, he wasn't a heavy set guy, but he was almost getting there. You know what I mean? He was like maybe about 220-ish, but fat and muscle, if you could say. But he was like 5'8", 5'7", so he was like, I don't know. But anyway, but now that I see him, Dominique dropped a lot of weight. And when I say a lot of weight, he dropped a lot of weight. Dominique was pushing maybe 160, 165, y'all. Now, this is the thing. Have y'all ever, like, seen people? I'm just going to keep it real. But I can't say exactly what I want to say because YouTube might flag the video. But have y'all ever seen women and men that looked at healthy like years before, and then you see them now and they look super skinny? You know what I mean? Like they face sunken in, and they look like they probably caught that 3-letter word, that pack. Yeah, he looked like that. He looked sickly, whatever, but he still had energy about himself or whatever. So anyway, he come in there and I see him, and y'all gotta excuse me, my voice cracking because I'm just getting over a cold, y'all. But he comes over there, and he come right over there to me. He's like, "Oh, my boy Donta, man, what's up, man?" Now, I'm a germaphobe. I'm gonna be real, I'm a germaphobe. And when I seen him, the first thing I thought, like, man, this dude got that pack, right? And I didn't want him by me. So I said, "Oh, what's up, man?" I extended my fist out like to get him to dap or like to pound, whatever, pause, right? So I give him the pound. He said, "Hey, man, I ain't seen you in a couple years, man. This is my boy, y'all. This is my boy." Hey, listen, this wasn't my boy. This wasn't my guy. This wasn't my friend. It was just a dude I went to Job Corps with. It was just a dude that I ran into time to time, pause, in Job Corps. Me and him wasn't tight. We wasn't cool. We wasn't conversating. We ain't never gone on missions together. We ain't never been chasing down girls at the mall. None of that. I don't know this dude like that. I only knew him because Job Corps is just a place where people, you gotta run into these people. But we wasn't tight, none of that. So I'm like, "What's up?" I said, "Man, what you doing in here, man?" And he like, "Man, hey, better come to my cell right quick, come to my cell." So I'm bored, so I'm like, "All right, here I come." So Al like, "Hey, Donta, you good?" I said, "Yeah, I know dude from the street." Cause you know, Al was that was like my bodyguard, right? So we go to his cell. I said, "So what happened?" He like, "Man, hey, man, my baby mom, man, we got into it, and you know, I shot the car up, man. That was stupid." I said, "How much time they give you?" He was like, man, I got about 10 years, man. I got about 10 years. I said, "All right." I said, "What's your minimum?" He said, "Man, I got about 2 to 3 to do before I get parole." I said, "All right." I said, "You might get it. You might get it." He said, "But no, man, what's up with you, man? I see you done got big and you know, you looking good and everything." I said, "Man, I've been here, man. I've been here." He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah." He said, "How much time you got?" I said, "I don't really talk about that, man, because you know, it's cats in here that try to trick you out of your time, man." I said, "In fact, if somebody asks you how much time you got, don't tell them, because you know, cats will be praying for your downfall, man. Meaning when they know you got about a week, 2, 3 months to go, they'll get you jammed up, man." And hey, so don't tell nobody what you was locked up for. So next thing you know, the dep come upstairs and he like, "Hey, what y'all doing in this cell?" So I'm like, "Oh, shoot, I'm in here with dude." He like, "Man, this ain't nobody's cell, man. Get out of here. Go to your cell." So I said, "This ain't your cell, Dominique?" He said, "No, man. I ain't want to go in the cell with this dude." I said, "What dude?" Now, the dude that he was talking about was this giant, right? He was like a gentle giant. Have you ever met somebody that was like really tall, really big, and scary looking, but you know, they really a teddy bear? This is who we talking about, and I'm not gonna say his name because I'm really close to his people, like really close to his people. And he, well, forget it. But we just gonna call him Zeus, right? Zeus was this tall black dude, big. Think about John Coffey. If y'all don't remember who John Coffey is, dude is like the dude from Green Mile, the big black dude. But this dude was like a gentle giant. And all he did was eat honey buns all day, popcorn, peanut butter, and read the Bible. That's all he did. He wasn't nobody business. He wasn't nobody mess. He just, stayed to himself. And every once in a while, he'd talk to a couple of cats, but it wouldn't be too much conversation, right? So I guess Dominique was assigned to the cell that he was in. I guess he was intimidated by him. And I get, because, at first glance, when you look at Zeus, you'll look at him like, man, this the guy that they talk about, on the streets. Like, it's the booty bandit right here, man. This big, tall, bald head black guy. Man, no, I ain't going to cell with him. But, Dominique judged this guy wrong because he wasn't like that. So the guard was like, man, get in that cell, man. Go get in your cell that you was assigned to. So he go up in there, right? And, I follow him to the cell, and I stand outside of the cell because, this is a sign of respect. You don't go into just walk into somebody's cell, man. And this is a tip for you cats that's going to end up in a pen. Don't just go walking into somebody's cell without being invited, because that's like their house, that's like their home. And you definitely get your dome piece cracked if you do that, right? So anyway, he go in there. I'm like, well, what up, Zeus? And he looked at me. He was like, what's up, man? And then Dominique said, yeah, my name Neek. My name Neek. And Zeus was like, nice to meet you. And Zeus was like, hey, you got the top bunk, man. And Neek was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I said, man, hey, Neek, because Dominique was really like shaking a little bit. I said, Dominique, come here, let me holler at you, man. Let me holler at you. This was probably the worst advice that I gave him. And when I say this was probably the worst advice that I gave him, because what's about to happen to him later on is because of what I told him. So, I said, let me holler at you right quick. He said, what's up? I said, hey, man, you ain't got nothing to worry about with Zeus, man. He ain't like that, man. What you mean? He tried to put the tough roll. Like, what you mean? I said, man, you think that he like a butt cracker, right? He said, no, not really, man. I said, come on, man, you ain't got to play that hard role with me, man. I said, no, Zeus, he like a gentle giant, man. He keep to himself. He don't be in no drama. All he do is read the Bible and eat his snacks, man. Don't, he a cool dude, man. And he was like, oh, for real? I said, yeah. So I seen like this light go off in him. I seen this spark go off into Dominique. He said, okay, say less. He walks off and he goes back in the cell. And he talking to Zeus, like laughing and being obnoxious. And this is why I said, y'all, this was on me, y'all. This was my bad. I should have never told Dominique that, because now Dominique taking full advantage. He looking at Zeus like, man, he ain't gonna do nothing. This dude soft. I can say what I want to say up in here. I can basically bully Zeus or whatever. Big mistake. So about 3 hours later, Zeus come walking out the cell. Now, it's rare that you will see Zeus looking angry or frustrated or flustered or whatever. It's rare because, like I said, Zeus, he don't do nothing to nobody. Zeus just keep to himself, really. And Zeus come walking out the cell with, he can't hide his feelings on his face. He wears heart out on his sleeves or whatever. And last time we seen him like this, his mama got into it with her boyfriend, and I guess she got put in the hospital. and Zeus being locked up couldn't do nothing about it. So, Zeus walked around angry, right? Stay out of Zeus' way. Because just because he a gentle giant, that don't mean that, you know what I'm saying? But Zeus came out looking like that. And I'm like, hey, what's up with Zeus? And I thought about it. Dominique must have irritated him. So, Zeus go over there, he go sit down, and he in front of the TV watching TV, right? So this cat rolled up on Zeus, and he talking to him. And basically, what I heard was that Zeus said, "Yo, I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm gonna kill this dude, man. He talk too much. I don't like all that talking and all that joking and laughing." So when I hear that, I instantly go up the stairs and head to Zeus' room. So I'm like, hey, Neek, let me holler at you. He like, what's up, man? I said, hey, what did you say to Zeus? He like, what you mean what I say to him? I said, what you say to him? He like, man, I was looking at his feet, so I just started talking about his feet, man. I was blazing on his feet. Now, we're going to put a pause right there. Now, I know y'all like, Dante, what you mean blazing? Well, y'all let me know in what y'all call it. In Michigan, we call it blazing. Y'all might hear us capping, joning, ripping. Basically, when you talking about somebody, right? That's what it is. So y'all let me know what y'all call it, where y'all from. So I said, wait, you just started talking about this man's feet? He said, yeah, man, his feet are like raptor claws and all this. Now I was on them. I said, Dominique, hey, this prison, dog, you can't be doing that, man. You don't know that man. That man, hey, you better chill. He like, man, no, man, he's soft. He ain't say nothing. He just looked at me and kept reading, and I was on him. I was fire. What's up, man? I said, hey, Dominique, this is prison, man. You don't do that, man. You don't know that, man. Man, you better chill. He like, man, no, you chill, man. I got this, bro. You should never told me that this dude was a sucker. I said, hold on, hold up. I said, hold up, G. How you say he was a sucker? I said, he just keep to himself. That don't equate to being a sucker. He like, man, anyway, man, I made that run about the cell, man. I said, hey, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you better chill, bro. You better chill. He said, man, anyway, all right, man. So I walked off, right? So we gonna fast forward to about, man, ain't nothing really happened. So let's fast forward to lockdown, right? So we get locked down at 10 o'clock, right? So everybody, running into the microwave, running out the shower, people making their deals and exchanges, and, the night rush time. We call it the night bull rush, right? Before everybody get locked down, you go take care of your business. So we all locked down right now. Keep in mind, I'm like 3 cells away from Zeus and Dominique, right? So I just hear him talking. He on Zeus. I'm talking about he blazing Zeus. He blazing him, right? And this will go on. I say it started around maybe about 10:30, and it went on to about 11:30, and Dominique just wouldn't let up. He would not let up on Zeus. Then all you hear is, hey, man, if you say another motherfucking word, I'ma beat your ass and kill you up in this bed. Listen, y'all, that was when that was the first time that I ever heard Zeus raise his voice. The way he barked at Dominique, I'm talking about the whole dormitory shook with thunder. Everybody was quiet, because we were like, who? Alexa, off. My bad. Alexa, off. My bad, y'all. That's I'm telling y'all this story, and it's 7 a.m. in the morning, and that's the alarm to get the kids up. So my bad, y'all. But anyway, so he like, Dominique ain't said nothing, and it got quiet. And then I heard Dominique like, "Hey man, get out my face, man. Get out my face. Man, get out my..." Then it got quiet. And then you just hear like this scraping noise and like this low muffled noise. I remember, y'all, Zeus is like, I don't know, maybe about 6'8", 320, 325. He ain't all muscle, but he big though, like muscle and fat. Like he's a really big dude, right? And Dominique ain't nothing but maybe 150, 160, if that, right? So you can just imagine, the tenacity, the strength that Zeus got up on, Dominique, and he I don't know what he in there doing to him, but it sound like he like either choking him, throwing him around like a rag doll, but whatever it is, he dogging Dominique out, man. So, it's quiet. It's real quiet. Now you hear like a whimpering noise. And all I'm thinking to myself, because I had a cell to myself at this time, all I'm thinking to myself, like, man, come on, man. I know Zeus ain't in there. You know what I mean? I know Zeus. I mean, I see Zeus reading the Bible all day. Zeus did come off as a cat that get down like that. So I'm like, man, I hope Zeus ain't in there doing what I think he in there doing, because I hear this dude in there moaning and whimpering. So I'm like, man, I know Zeus ain't going out bad like that, right? So I'm like, all right. So I end up going to sleep, right? Now it's in the morning. It's morning time, and it's roll call, right? They pop the doors, and everybody got to come out for count time. So we all out standing out there, whatever, and the guards coming through. And Dominique, when they get to the door, Zeus and Dominique door, Dominique ain't out there. And the guard pop his head and like, "Hey man, get up." So Dominique like, "Man, I don't want to go. I don't want to go." And the guard like, "Man, what you mean, man? You better get up out this bed, right?" So he said, "No, I don't want to go. I'm not coming out." So the guard was like, "Hey, I don't know what you think you at, but man, you better get he snatched the cover off Dominique. Dominique's face was like something that you see out of a horror movie. He had two swollen raccoon eyes. His whole face was lumped up. His head was lumped up. Actually, the side of his right side of his head was kind of caved in a little bit, like a big dent on the side of his head. He was bruised up from head to toe, man. So the guard was like, "What the?" He got on the walkie-talkie like, hey, man. He called the code, right? So Zeus was just standing there. And, the guard told him like, "Hey, man, what did you do to him?" Zeus was like, "I told him stop running his mouth." Now, at this time, like I said, Zeus was like a real intimidating looking dude. If you didn't know Zeus, you ain't about to play with Zeus like that. And his guard, he knew how Zeus was, but you could never tell, man. If Zeus wanna act out, he gonna act out. But, Zeus was just still calm and collected. So the guard was like, "Hey man," he got the patting, Zeus on the shoulder, like, hey, come on, man, I gotta lock you up, man. And Zeus was like, all right, he complied. So he turned around and got handcuffed, and he walked them on out. So there, they told us all to go back, lock up. So we had to go back to our cells. The nurse came through and some guards came through, and they came and got Dominique up out of there, y'all. Now, thank God, I'm going to say thank God, Zeus did not violate him. You know what I mean? Thank God Zeus didn't violate him, and y'all know what I mean. But I guess that whooping that Zeus put on him, it made dude whimper. It made him moan. I don't know, man. But this is the point of this story, because there always got to be a point. You know, I know a lot of you cats think life is a joke. A lot of you cats think, you know, y'all try to take kindness for weakness. You know, when somebody give you mercy and grace, and then you turn around and, you know, put a knife in their back, you know, you get what you deserve. You know what I mean? When you be laughing and joking on people, you gotta understand that don't nobody like to get bullied. Don't nobody like to get talked about. Don't nobody like to get embarrassed. And if you a cat that feel like you are gonna be the one that, you know, do that, well, here's a side story. I'm gonna make it quick for the sake of time. I remember me and my homeboy Al, we was in Flint, right? We was riding the city bus, and we was blazing a whole lot of people. I'm talking about we was killing these cats, right? And then there's one guy we ran, and we knew this guy from school, whatever, and we got the blazing on him. And he didn't really like us, and we didn't really like him, but, you know, it just happened that way. So we ended up blazing on him, right? Next thing you know, he pulled out a 9, right? He didn't pull it all the way out, but he pulled out, he like showed it to us a little bit. Like, man, yeah, I could have did that to y'all. I could have did that to y'all. Y'all just sitting up here talking about me. Y'all don't know what I got going on. Y'all don't know what I'm going through, man. I could have killed both of y'all. Right? We were salty too. We were salty. And yeah, right then and there, that's when I made my mind up, like, yeah, I ain't gonna be, you know, talking about people like that no more, because, yeah, I was about to say the dude name. But yeah, he could have did that to us. But the point is this, y'all. You know, everything ain't no joke. Everything ain't no game. Dominique, did he deserve getting that whooping the way he got it by Zeus? Hey, can't tell him. I tell you all the time, you can't tell a man how to program. But hey, I bet he won't do that again. But with that, y'all, you know, I got more stories coming, dropping these fire stories for y'all daily. Make sure y'all hit the like button. If you subscribe to this channel and you didn't get the notification, unsubscribe, subscribe back to the channel, and hit that notification bell. And with that, y'all, over and out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. So we in the day room, and a deputy come through, and he like, yo, Dante, come here. So I get up, and I go over there towards the control booth. I'm like, what's up? He was like, yo, the council want to talk to you. So I'm like, all right, what's up? So I'm sitting there for a minute, then they buzz the door, then I go out. And the counselor, she's sitting right there. She was like, hey, Dante, do you want a job? I'm like, a job? Now, at this time, y'all know what I was in there doing. Me and the homies was, you know, running the protection scheme. You know, you give us items or you put money on this cash app every week and we will guarantee your safety. Okay, so I'm thinking in my head, like, man, I don't need no job, man. So I'm like, what position? Because the only position that I would do is the kitchen, and I'll tell y'all why in a minute. So she was like, well, there's a spot that's opened up in the kitchen, and somebody put in word in for you to, you know, get the spot. And when I heard her say that, first of all, I'm thinking, who just, because don't nobody quit of going in that kitchen. Nobody just leave out, because that's a highly coveted position. And I'm going to tell y'all why. This is the reason why you want to work in the kitchen. Number one, of course, you get extra food. Number two, you could take that food, if you do it the right way, and bring it back to your dorm
and sell it for a lot of money. And number three, well, who rules? Who the one that I say this is one of Dante's prison proverbs. He who rules the food rules the world, right? So I said, yeah, I'll take it. So she was like, well, you go so and so. I ain't gonna put his name out because he got involved in some crazy stuff later on in prison. So I ain't gonna put his name out. But she said such and such is gonna meet up with you later on, and he gonna give you the walkthrough of what time y'all gotta be there and blah 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 blah. So I said, all right. So I walked back, got buzzed back in. I'm back in the dorm. So I went to the homies. I said, hey y'all, I got a job. And Tall T was like, man, what you mean you got a job? I said, I got a job. I'm about to be working in the kitchen. And Al was like, how the heck you get that? I said, I don't know. They said somebody quit, and well, then somebody recommended for me to go. So Homicide was like, that don't sound like no setup, bruh. I said, I'm gonna find out. You already know I stay with it. And yeah, Dante always stayed with that sort of justice. So even if it was a setup, if somebody tried to, try to take me out the game or whatever, or get me in this kitchen job or whatever, I always stayed 10-20. Y'all say, Dante, what is 10-20? I keep my head on the swivel like an owl, right? So I'm like, man, I'm about to be bringing back all type of things. Onions, chicken sandwiches, bread, eggs, boiled eggs, man, the whole nine, man. So yeah, our spreads is about to be deep. Pause. Anyway, hold. Let me double pause on that. Double pause. All right. So, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get it together. Because that just threw me off. I said spread deep. Pause. Double pause. So, next thing you know, listen, y'all. If y'all listening to this story and y'all didn't get the notification, YouTube changes algorithm. I'm going to need for y'all to first unsubscribe to the channel, then subscribe back to the channel, and then hit that notification bell. Okay, so y'all can get all my notifications when I drop a new story time. And if y'all forgot to hit the like button, hit the like button. All right, so let's get back to it. So anyway, about 3 hours will go by, and the dude come through, right? He said, Dante? I said, yeah, what's up? He said, all right, come on. So I'm walking with him, and I'm saying, yo, off the bat, I said, what happened with, whoever quit or whatever? He was like, oh man, no, they caught him stealing. And I looked at him like, don't everybody be stealing in the kitchen? And he was like, nah, he was just doing too much. Like, he was like really doing the most. I said, oh, okay. So we get buzzed through a couple doors, and now we in the chow house, now we in the back in the kitchen, right? So he let me know, like, all right, look, you're gonna be on second shift, not first shift. Now, second shift is the most coveted shift anyway, okay, because first shift, yeah, you got the breakfast stuff or whatever, but second shift, you got the main food. You got the hamburgers, you got the meat, the chicken, you got the goulash, you got the hamburger meat, you got everything, right? So he giving me the rundown of everything, of how everything is set up or whatever, what I'm going to be doing. Now, my job was to go to the freezer and bring out the meat, right? Now, when he said that, my anxiety, like, risen to a level that, I was thinking about danger, like red alert, because I'm like, why would they have me going back and forth from the freezer if they ain't trying to lock me in there or try to push that blade on me and leave me in the freezer? Because I done heard stories about that. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell y'all a little side story. Y'all know how I do it. Now, hold up. I remember back when I was 15 years old, when I first got my first job at McDonald's. Now, they had me I was on the grill, and I remember the first time I went in that cooler. No, second time, because the first time is when they did the walkthrough, and they didn't tell me, like, yo, there's a button right here you can push if you get locked in here, and it'll open the door, right? So I remember that part, but they never told me that there's a button to push if you ever get locked in here, right? That's what they supposed to told me in the walkthrough, but long story short, I think on my third day, I ran out of meat. So I had to go in the cooler, and when I got in there, the door closed. And my anxiety, just like I said, my anxiety raised to a crazy danger level, like when I was in prison in that cooler, because I panicked. I panicked because the door closed, and I instantly dropped the meat. It was in a box, and I ran to push the door, and it wouldn't open. So, man, now that I'm thinking about that, I'm getting creeped out. Y'all should see me right now. I got goosebumps on my arm. But I got the banging on the door. Boom, 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 boom. And then somebody, thank God, was walking by. They opened up. I said, man, I locked myself in there. They said, there's a red button right here on the side, man. So, yeah. Hey, in the comment section, what was y'all first job? My first job was McDonald's, and that's when I was about 15. In the comments section, let me know what y'all first job was. But anyway, let's get back to the prison story. So he showed me, like, okay, yeah, this is what you're going to be doing, and all this and that, or whatever. You're going to have to help unload the truck on Wednesdays, whatever, right? So when he told me that, he was like, all right, everything good, everything straight? I said, yeah, everything good. Now, in prison, there's supposed to be cameras everywhere. In prison, there's blind spots where things go down. And I don't even know why I'm telling y'all this story, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all. So I get back to the dorm. I'm talking to the homeboys, letting them know the whole play or whatever. And I'm like, yeah. Next day come. I get called out. I'm gonna go to the kitchen. Right? Now, there's this dude, I'm gonna put his name out there. They call him Sebo. They call him Sebo from Detroit, Michigan. Right? And I'm putting his name out there because when I got out, I moved to Pontiac, Bloomfield on the river, off of Telegraph Road, right? And I never knew what Sebo was in there for, right? And Sebo was this big dude. Dude was maybe about 6'2", maybe 280, 290, right? Always was boastful, always was loud, right? But I never see Sebo fight. I never seen Sebo actually get into any altercations, but I just always see him barking on dudes. And, a lot of dudes was bowing down to this dude because of his size, right? And I never liked Sebo. So anyway, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all the outside story too. But no, forget it. I'll just tell y'all. I found out that Sebo was a offender, a child offender, right? So long story short, he was messing with his wife's 13-year-old daughter. And that's how he got caught, because she ended up pregnant or whatever. And the kid was his, obviously. But he come to prison, and because of his size and his intimidation tactics, he just always was loud and all this and that. So I didn't know that he was a child offender until when I got out and I was living in Pontiac, and he was living at this halfway house for, offenders, right? And that's when I realized it, because I said, hold on, that's Sebo coming out that halfway house. And I'm like, okay, now it makes sense. But anyway, so Sebo was in there. And I'll never forget this, man. So when I got in there, right, I was told not to go to the freezer until after 20 minutes. Now, this is the thing. When there's a sock on the freezer door, you do not go in there. If there's a sock on that freezer door, again, you don't even go back there. All right? And I'm going to tell y'all why. You would think that, and I know I know y'all read the title and everything, but you would think that, oh, well, maybe they in there doing a drug transaction, okay? Maybe they down there busting down a pack. Maybe they just in there talking business, Nah, you would hope so. I mean, we are men, and that's only the real blind spot in a prison. But in this part right here is the freezer, right? Nah. So I heard what he said, right? He said, don't go in there, right? When that sock on that door. So, you know me, I'm hard-headed. I'm hard-headed. I want to know what's going on, right? So I'm like, all right. So now I can't do my job because I got to go get these hot dogs out the freezer, right? No pun intended. So the sock is still there. So I'm waiting. Then another guy like, yo, Dante, go get the hot dogs, man. What you waiting on? So I was like, man, the sock on but the deputy just walked in. I couldn't really say what I really wanted to say. I'm like, yo, the sock right, and I seen the deputy walk up, and I said, oh, okay. So then the deputy was like, hey, man, what are you doing, man? Like, why you not prepping? I'm like, oh, okay. He like, man, go get them hot dogs, man. What are you doing? Is you high or something? I said, no, I ain't high. I got a dip. I got it. So then I got to walking off towards, right, the freezer. So when I put my hand on it, on the door, I kind of like banged on it a little bit, and I ain't hear nothing. And so I just opened the freezer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we about to enter the Terror Dome. Well, now I done seen a lot in prison. I done walked in on situations, walked right out. I done seen things that I didn't supposed to see. I done seen men kiss each other right by the library, and I done walked past, and they tried to play it off like something else was going on. And what I seen that day, my eyes, it didn't prepare me. I wasn't prepared for this. So when I opened the freezer door, there were 3 men, including Sibo, in the back of the cooler, right there. I mean, anybody could have seen. I wish somebody else seen this instead of my eyes seeing this. But there goes Sibo and 2 punks. And well, welcome to the Terror Dome. Now, I'm not going to go into detail of what they was doing, but put it this way. What they was doing, I understand why God, right, destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm going to leave it at that. So I was shocked. I was like in shock. The way Sibo looked at me, I said, oh, and I just closed the freezer, right? So then I turns around and the dep is standing right there. The deputy is standing right there. And he like, what are you doing? I was stuck. I couldn't say nothing. The dep like kind of pushed me out the way a little bit. Like, man, watch out. And he opened the freezer and he was like, what the is y'all doing? What the is y'all doing? I guess at this time, Sibo pulling up his pants and the 2 punks, they running out. The dep got on that walkie-talkie and called the code, right? Locked everything, locked the whole kitchen down, and guards started running in there. They got them up out of there. So they had me, Sibo, the 2 punks, the guy that brought me back there, and 2 guys on the line because they had to do their investigation, right? So word went out. When they asked me, like, what was going on, I said, I don't know. This is my first day in the kitchen. I don't know, right? I don't know. I ain't involved, So word, they end up locking Sibo up and they end up locking the 2 punks up, right? So they asked me like, yo, how long this been going? I don't know. This my first day. And they like, well, why was you stalling? And I said, cause I don't know. Cause I didn't want to tell them like, yo, I was told by so-and-so that if it's a sock right here on the freezer door, don't open the door. I didn't want to say that because, you can't be in here telling the business in prison, right? I get marked out. So long story short, I get back to the dorm. Ain't nobody eating. Nobody eating because they got to contaminate that. They got to contaminate the freezer because these dudes was in here doing ungodly things. A case in point. That's why I said I understand now why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? So they have to take all the food up out the freezer and, get rid of it because these dudes was doing ungodly acts. I'm talking about body fluids and, man, come on, man. Anyway, but word came through the grapevine, right, the prison pipeline, that Dante told on Sibo and the punks. Now, I know it made what it looked like, but it wasn't that. I was in shock. I mean, what I supposed to do? I didn't tell the depths like, yeah, they was in there doing A, B, C, and D. I just said, I don't know. And I guess because I opened the freezer door and seen Sibo and the two punks doing what they doing, I guess Sibo felt like I went out and told the depth, like, hey, they in there doing something. Come on, man. But I didn't. So next thing you know, now they got my name like, hey, man, Dante, hey, Sibo said he gonna see about you when you get out, right? So me and the homies like, man, we'll tear Sibo up, man. So I'm gonna let y'all know what happened in the next story time about when Sibo got out and what happened when it went down on the yard. But like I said, y'all, make sure y'all be here tomorrow at 11 a.m. for part 2 of this story right here when Sibo got out. I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. So me and my homeboy Calvin end up getting in the same cell together. So I end up getting the top rack, and I know what y'all thinking. Y'all gonna be like, oh, Dante, I thought you said, got weaker guys got to get the top rack. Hold on, pump y'all brakes. So my homeboy Calvin, he had a bad back. So, me and him being homeboys from the street, I let him get the bottom rack. Ain't no thing. But yeah, y'all all right though. Usually if it ain't no crazy, intimidation tactics going on, usually the guy that get the bottom bunk usually is the one that's controlling, if that's the dynamics in the cell, But anyway, so, Calvin got the bottom bunk and I got the top bunk. And we chopping it up or whatever. And he like, hey, Dante, you remember that girl Tiffany? I said, Tiffany, what Tiffany? He said, Tiffany that went to Southwestern. I said, Tiffany went to Southwestern? He said, yeah. He was like, I said, yeah. He said, the dark-skinned chick. I said, oh, yeah, Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany. He was like, yeah, she work here. I said, get out of here. He was like, yeah, no cap. She work here. I said, man, I had a crush on her since. He said, but listen, though, one of the homies said from Jackson that, she get down. Like, you pay her a little something, she'll break you off. So I was like, Tiffany doing that? He was like, yeah, bro. I said, did you hit? He was like, nah, but, I heard that she about to get transferred over here in our dorm. I was like, oh, okay. Now, normally when I hear things like that, I'm like, yeah, all right, man, because y'all know how it is in prison. These dudes always coming up with these miraculous stories and, things like that. So I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, all right, I believe it and I see it or whatever, right? 2 days later, and I done forgot all about this, whatever. 2 days later, right, I'm coming from the shower. When I come out the shower, who do I see sitting there in the control booth? It's Tiffany. Man, my heart stopped. Now, I'm going to give y'all a little backstory about Tiffany. Now, Tiffany was this dark-skinned chocolate chick, right? I ain't going to lie. I had a little crush on her back in the day. It wasn't nothing. Right? But me and her was cool. It wasn't like, we dated or anything, or we messed around, There was a lot of chicks that, I thought was attractive, but that don't mean I pushed up on them. Now, hold on. For any of y'all out there that be talking about, oh, Dante was scared to talk to this chick. Let me tell y'all something. Number one, I'm married, okay? So I've been out the game for 12 years, all right? But outside of that, prior to me being married, you understand me? I didn't know how to do a push-up, but I knew how to push up on the chick. And that's facts. But anyway. Hey, do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Also, before we continue this story, if you are watching this video and you didn't get my notification, make sure you unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, and hit the notification bell, because YouTube changes algorithm and is not sending out my notifications. But that's how you do it. Now, hit that like button and share the video. But anyway, so I see her and I just got my towel on and I lock eyes with it, and she looked at me and she smirked. So at this time, y'all, Dante was built like an Olympian god, right? The arms was right, the chest was right. You know what I'm saying? I had the chiseled jaw, Dante was in shape. So, she seen the little six pack right there, the triceps and all that. So, I flexed just a little bit. So I said, okay. So then I went up there to myself. So Calvin was already in there. I said, Calvin. He said, I already know. I told you she here. I told you. I said, man, all right, give me a minute. So he left out the cell. Anyway, let me put a pause right there right quick, okay? If you find yourself in prison, all right, this is what you call cell etiquette, right? So basically what cell etiquette is, when you get out if you come in the room and you naked and you about to get dressed, your cellmate need to get up out that cell, unless y'all on like a lockdown or whatever. But he need to get out that cell and give you your personal time, and vice versa, right? So he leave out, right? And I'm in there getting dressed. So I'm like, dang. Now at this time, y'all, I've been locked up for maybe, we gonna say my 11th month in, 11 month in, right? So I'm just thinking, I said, dang, that is Tiffany. She looked the same, just older, man. So I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting on homeboy bed at this time, but he wasn't really tripping. So I'm sitting on this bed, and the next thing I get a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Guess who it is, y'all? It's Tiffany. I said, yeah. She was like, I'm about to come in. So she opened the door. She walked in. She was like, Dante, I knew that was you. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. Now, I ain't trying to, turn this to no freaked out story or whatever, but, y'all just got to bear with me. Y'all here for the story, right? Now, chill out. So anyway, I said, what's up, Tiffany? She was like, so how long you been here? I said, man, it's about 10, 11 months. She was like, oh, okay. Well, it's nice to see you. I said, hey, Tiff, can I get a hug? She was like, yeah. Now, she walked up to me and I stood up, and hey, I'm gonna just be real with y'all. The towel dropped, and you know what I mean? The towel dropped. She looked down and she was like, oh my. And I said, yeah. And I just gave her a hug just like that. Now, before y'all, I already know. A lot of y'all gonna be saying cap and all this and that, but hey, it is what it is. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. Y'all wasn't there with me. Ain't nobody that was locked up with me gonna come out and say otherwise. So it is what it is, all right? So y'all can cut all that nonsense out, right? And the reason why I'm telling y'all this story right now is because Calvin told me, he said he don't care. He said, man, Dante, I don't even care, man. It don't even matter. I don't care. You can tell the story, whatever. Because y'all thinking this story is about me. Oh, no, it ain't about me. It's about Calvin, right? So, I give her the hug and, she feel that sword of justice down there, right? And she was like, oh, my. And I said, yeah, that's all me, right? So we hugged. And, y'all got to understand, man, I ain't touched a woman almost, 12 months at that point. So it is what it is. So she gave me the hug and she let go. And I was like, hey, you working tonight shift? She was like, no, but I'm going to be here tomorrow morning. I said, all right, bet, right? So she walked out the cell. And I put my boxers on, put my deodorant on, brushed my teeth, put my lotion on, and got dressed. And Calvin, he was like, hey, you ready? You done? I said, yeah. He said, man, what's up? What happened? I said, shoot, I just gave her a hug. He was like, so what she say? Like, is she down? I said, no, I didn't ask her. And he was like, man, find out. I said, hold on, why you ain't saying that? He was like, man, I don't know. I'm just trying to, shoot, you don't want to know her like that. I said, man, you know her too, or whatever. So he was like, all right. So the next morning come, right? It's count time. She's not there at all. So I'm like, dang, when's she gonna come in? Right? So nothing really eventful happened right now throughout the day. So we just gonna skip to 8 o'clock when shift change happened, right? So the night crew was coming in, right? And usually, they'll now this was on a Saturday, right? And they usually let us stay out to about 11 or midnight if you got the cool guards, or other than that, we supposed to be locked down at 9 o'clock, right? But anyway, we had the cool guard on staff. I ain't gonna put his name out there because he's still working, but she shows up. Tiffany shows up. It's her in the night guard or whatever. So I'm like, bet, right? But now hold on. Before we go any further, let me put this out there too. It's a lot of dudes that be hating. A whole lot of buster dudes out there be hating. And one would think, well, hey, if Dante getting all this attention, somebody gonna try to drop a kite and let the captain know, like, hey, y'all need to watch Dante and that new guard Tiffany because they might be doing something. Dudes to drop a kite on you quick and hate on you. But I knew that, understood that. So anyway, I always find myself by the control booth talking to her, right? And we just chopping it up about the past or whatever. And I just straight out asked. I said, hey, Tiff, man, let me ask you a question, right? She was like, what's up? I said, I'm gonna be real. You let me get that? And she was like, get what? And I was like, you know what I'm talking about. She was like, boy, stop playing. What you hear? I said, I ain't hear nothing. What you mean? She was like, no, cause you want to just come out and say that. I said, I'm just speaking for myself. And she was like, man, what did you hear? I said, I ain't hear nothing. She was like, all right. So yeah, I'll give you some. I said, when? And she was like, whenever you want it. I said, man, stop playing, right? So she was like, I ain't playing, whenever you want it. I said, I'll give you something tonight. She was like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see. I said, all right. So I walked off, right? Calvin rolled up to the control booth, right? And they talking. So as I'm walking around the day room, right? I'm hitting my laps. I do about 30 laps. And after I do, this is my regimen. I hit 5 laps. Every time I get by the phones, I drop down, do 20 push-ups, do 5 more laps, drop down, do 20 push-ups. And that's my routine to tire myself out so I can get a good night rest, right? So I'm doing my laps around, right? And I see Calvin over there smiling, right? So then Calvin come to me. Now, we had a cell phone. Now, I ain't going to tell y'all what we kept it at, but we had a cell phone. Calvin was like, hey, D, I'm about to go use the jack. Look out for me. I said, all right. So he goes and go get it. And, I'm standing outside the door. I'm like, yo, what's up? What's going on? He was like, yeah, I'm about to send that through. I said, send what through? He said, yeah, she charged $100 a hit. I said, $100 a hit? He was like, yeah, she's about to go down. I said, oh, okay. So in my head, I'm thinking like, oh, so he paying for it, but I'm going to get it for free, so I ain't tripping, right? So he send the money to her in a Cash App or whatever, and he go back down there and they discuss whatever they discuss. Now, this dude named Andrew from Detroit, he rolls up on me and he like, hey, Dante, man, I'm gonna just go ahead and let you know, bro. I said, what's up? He said, hey, man, Tiff, man, she burning. She burning, dog. And I said, man, what you mean she burning? Now, I'm thinking he hating. I'm thinking he just over here to blow my spot up and try to make something seem like, that this girl got something or whatever, and he ain't looking out for me. He just trying to move in on his own or whatever. So I'm listening to him like, all right, man, whatever. But then he said something else. He was like, hey, you remember Jay Bogg? Now, Jay Bogg was this, where was he at? Where was he from? He was from Kalamazoo. Jay Bogg was from Kalamazoo. And Jay Bogg just got transferred, right? So he was like, yeah, I'm a call Jay Bogg, he'll tell you. So we go to his room, and he called him up on the phone, right? And Jay Bogg, he like, yeah, man, I don't know you like that, but hey, bro, check this out. Tiffany, she burning and she giving dudes crabs. I said, man, get out of here. He was like, yeah, bro, I'm for real, man. She giving dudes crabs. That's why she got transferred. I said, you for real? He said, man, dog. I said, well, how you know that for sure? He was like, because it happened to me. It happened to me, man. I said, man, get out of here. He said, all right, bro. I mean, it is what it is. I said, all right, good looking out, right? So I had it in my head like, you know what? Man, I ain't gonna touch it. I'm gonna leave it alone. So I end up going to my homeboy Cal. I said, hey, Cal, I need to holler at you right quick. He like, what's up? I said, oh, come over here right quick. Now, Tiffany was coming out the control booth, and she was signaling him to come over there, right? He like, man, watch out, Dante. I said, no, dog, I need to really talk to you like right now. He like, man, can it wait, man? I said, all right, man, all right, whatever. Then he walked up. I said, man, Cap. And I said, when there, man, forget it. So he goes down there, and he go with her. Now, this was her setup, right? So she would act like they about to go get some stuff out of the cleaning closet, whatever, which is outside of the dorm. So she signaled for him to go. So basically, her setup was that you send her the $100, somehow, some way, you know, y'all end up outside of the dorm and go to the broom closet, and you got maybe 1 or 2 minutes to get it on, right? So that was the setup. That was the program. So they went in there. They did what they did. Now, we're going to put a pause right there because I know a lot of y'all like, Dante, you dead wrong. Dante, why you ain't stopped the homie? Why you ain't just tell him, yo, she got this, she got that? Why Dante didn't do it? I'm going to tell y'all why. Y'all ever heard that expression, a hard head make a soft ass? Y'all remember that? Now, imagine this. This dude been locked up for maybe about 2-3 years already. Ain't touched a woman, ain't smelt a woman, right? And here go his chance. He already sent the money off to her. He finna go get him some. And here go Dante, right? Dante that already got prior history with this chick. I never messed with her or nothing, but I got prior history with this chick. And I'm telling him right at the moment of him about to go down there and get him some, like, no, don't do it because I heard she got crabs, or I heard that she burned or whatever. He gonna look at me like I'm crazy. He gonna like, man, Dante, why you hating? And so I said, you know what? I mean, I tried to warn him, but he kept walking off. And hey, it is what it is, right? Do me a favor, y'all, and let's keep it a buck. Shout out to Philly. Let's keep it a bean, right? Let's keep it a bean. Do y'all think Dante was wrong for not like grabbing him and telling like, yo, don't do it because she got A, B, Z, and D, right? And I didn't know 100%. You know, I'm taking the word from another felon, another convict, right? That this woman got A, B, C, and D or whatever. But y'all let me know in the comment section, do y'all think Dante wrong? Also, check this out. I got to give a special shout out to my home girl, Eva. And I got to give a special shout out to my people, the Garcia family. Shout out to y'all. That's from your big partner, Dante. Thank y'all for y'all support. I appreciate y'all. So let's get back to the story, y'all. So he ended up going to the closet with her, and they do what they do, whatever. He come in, right? And you can tell, dude Calvin, you could tell he, maybe it was gone for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops. He come back on, weak-legged. He like all exhausted. He just walked past me. He just go in the room and just lay down. I said, so how was it? He said, man, bruh. And he just turned on his side and went to bed, right? So I come out the room and I look straight down there, right? And I see her take another guy, right? Another guy. It was maybe 4 guys that she took, right? So I said, okay, it's on. So I'm like, okay. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, I ain't gonna touch her. I ain't gonna touch her because I know she ain't using condoms. But then I just went over there. I said, hey, bro, y'all use protection? And he was like, man, what protection? I said, oh, okay. Right. How can you blame homie? But anyway, so I'm thinking in my head, I already had my mind made up like, yeah, I ain't gonna touch her. But then I thought about something else. I'm like, well, this is a way for me to make some money. I mean, I'm the only one that really know her like that. So I'm gonna just pull up on her and be like, hey, let me just manage what you got going on. I ain't talking about being a pimp, but I mean, y'all can call it whatever y'all want to call it. But I was just going to tell her, like, look, let me set these, altercations up, and let me just get a percentage of it. So I already had that in my head going on, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to see what she go for it, right? About, I'm going to say, 20 minutes to go by, right? And they locked down the pile. All right, y'all, it's time to go in. Everybody go to your rooms, blah, 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 blah. Right? So everybody head to their rooms and, dude is asleep, right? So the next day they had us on lockdown. They wouldn't tell us why. They just told her, yo, y'all in yourselves for the day. And, sometimes they just do that just to mess with us. We convicts, according to what the 13th amendment or whatever, one of them constitution amendments, we slaves anyway. Once you become a prisoner, you a slave anyway. So you ain't got to explain nothing to us, right? Right. So, we in there and, homeboy, like, hey, Dante, man, something ain't right. I'm like, what you mean ain't something right? He said, I don't know, man. I just don't feel right down there. I'm like, man, I ain't no doctor, man. What? He like, man, could you like kind of check? I said, man, I'm not about to look at you, homeboy, man. You better hit that button and try to get to the infirmary or whatever. He like, man. I said, what? You feel like you burning or something? He said, no, it ain't that I'm burning, but I don't know, I'm like itching or whatever. Maybe she had like some special powder on or something, and I don't know. I said, well, you did go in raw, right? He said, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I said, all right, man, don't sweat, man. It's, just sleep it off or whatever. Go over there and go take a bird bath, whatever. So he was like, all right, man, I'm gonna just go to sleep again, right? So he slept all day, right? So it had to been about maybe 2:00 in the morning, and he like, man, oh man, I said, what's up with you, man? He was like, man, bro, hey, you know what, man, I got like these little spiders down here. Like, man, you got some, have any spiders been crawling on you? I said, hell no. He said, man, I got like these little spiders over here in my area. I'm like, spiders? And he like, yeah. I said, like on the bed sheet or what? He like, no, bro, it's like down there. I said, down there? He said, yeah. I said, hey, I don't know, bro, spiders wouldn't do that. Like, he said, man, I was just combing through my, man, and I said, bro, I think you got crabs, homeboy. He said, what? I said, yeah, I think you got crabs, homie. He was like, man, what you mean? I said, hey, I said, you remember the other day when I was telling you, like, yo, let me talk to you before you ran down there? He was like, yeah. I said, that's what I was trying to tell you. Old dude from Kalamazoo told me on the phone, like, he gave her that. I mean, she gave him that, and I was trying to tell you, but he was like, man, bro, what you mean? I said, hey, what, you would have listened? He was like, nah, but man, no, man, F that, right? So about 4 hours, because we had 6 a.m. count time, right? So he's standing out there. We out there, because, at 6 o'clock, you got to have that bed made. You got to be standing out front or you will be locked down again, right? So we out there doing, he out there grabbing at himself and just itching and all that. But I see some other guys doing the same thing too. So, and I noticed these were the same guys that was messing with her too. So I'm like, oh man, yep. So long story short, they all end up going to the infirmary and, getting checked out, and they didn't blow the spot up, and they ain't, tell on her or whatever. They kept it G or whatever, but, they end up getting the cream or whatever, and whatever happened with that. But you know what? This kind of remind me of a Bible story. Now, I know a lot of y'all was like, yo, Dante, we love that Sodom and Gomorrah story that you told, but we want to hear another Bible story. Okay, well, I'm going to give y'all two stories of one. Now, this story right here is about when King David, did what he did with Bathsheba. Now, the point of me telling y'all this story is about being in a place that you should not be in. You know what I mean? When you're supposed to be somewhere, but you end up being somewhere else. Now, for those that don't know the King David and Bathsheba story, so basically it was the time of war. It was the season of war when the kings go out and, they go to war or whatever. But King David decided to say, you know what? Nah, I ain't going out. I ain't going out with the men to go to war. I'm just gonna kick it. I'm gonna just chill. Some of you guys out there that, supposed to be going to work, but y'all decide to take the day off and go chill with some chick that y'all had no business chilling with. Yes, like that, right? So King David like, nah, I'm just gonna chill at the castle and just chill, right? So remember, he's supposed to be out there going to war, but he at the castle chilling, right? So anyway, as he walking on his balcony, he look across and he see this woman, bad chick. I'm talking about bad. And, she's bathing, and first he looks away like, okay, let me not be, freaky. But then he looked back again and he can't stop watching. So he sees it, he like, man, she is fine. So first he wrestled with it at first and he like, nah, I ain't gone. But then he said, man, hold up. I'm King David. I'm about to, man, let me, man, I got all this power, man. I'm about to. So he summoned a couple of his guards like, hey, go to that house and tell this chick that at that house to, come through right quick. So nevertheless, he sends the guards out and the guards go out and they knock on the door. Hey, with the guards of David, he wants you to come to the castle. And she like, what do he want? They like, we don't know, but just come. She said, okay, I'm gonna obey the king. So she get dressed and she come on up there, She waiting and King David bring her to the bedroom and he sit her down and he like, do you want something to drink? You want some wine or something? Want something to eat, some grapes or, some boiled chicken or something? She like, no, that's okay. How can I help you, King? And he like, well, I ain't gonna lie, man. I seen you from across the way, yeah, man. You bad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I want you. And she like, well, I am married. And he like, you married? She like, yeah. He like, man, dang. But your man ain't me, basically. And she is like, okay. And he like, man, look, I'm gonna be real with you. I want to drop this heavy D off into you. And she like, okay, I guess we can do it. So, King David, pull up on her, he lay her down and then he proceeded to drop heavy D off in him. On top of that, he didn't even use no condom, no protection at all, right? So he busts all up in her and then send her home. Couple months go by and she saying word like, yo, I'm pregnant. And he like, what you mean you pregnant? And she like, I'm pregnant. And you the daddy. I mean, my husband is a warrior in your army and he out there in war. And so King David like, well, who is he? He said, it's Uriah. He said, whoa, who? Yeah, my husband and Uriah. He like, man, it's one of my best soldiers. All right, this what we gonna do. This how we gonna cover this up. I'm gonna send for Uriah, right? and I'm going to have him send him from the battlefield so he can be with you, so he can have sex with you, so we can cover this up, so it can be his baby. So she said, all right. So he sent word, and Uriah came. And he said, King David, put the word out like, yo, spend time with your wife or whatever. But Uriah was a stand-up G. Uriah was a stand-up, 10 toes down, man of all men. He said, hey, man, check this out. No disrespect, King David. But, yo, the man, I can't be out here having sex with my wife and laid up when my brothers in arms is out there fighting these battles. I can't do it, man. I'm just gonna stay here by the gate. I'm not even going to my home when my brothers out there laying their life down. I need to be out there. So King David is like, dang. All right, I gotta do something about this. So King David said, all right, this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send him back to the war zone, but I'm going to put him on the front lines, right, where the battle is most fierce, where he's almost sure to die, right? So he sent him on out his way. The commanders put Uriah on the front line. Now, as they fight in this war, right, a signal was given to withdraw away from Uriah, guaranteeing that he's going to get killed, right? So as they fighting, the signal was given, and the men start backing away from Uriah, and he get killed. So at this time, when King David heard about it, he sent for Bathsheba to come stay, in the spot with him, right? In the palace, in the kingdom, right? Gave her a nice room and everything. So, okay, I'm going to take care of the baby, right? I'm going to take care of the baby. You ain't got to worry about nothing, right? King David was on some real nigga shit, right? So anyway, and y'all do me a favor, hit that like button too. So and if y'all like the way I tell these Bible stories, I get a lot of feedback of people telling me, hey, yo, Dante, the way you be telling these Bible stories, man, hey, I know y'all, I do it for y'all. But anyway, so, a prophet came in and said, hey, King David, I need to holler at you about something. So the prophet basically told him, told him a little story that was about him. And he asked King David, like, yo, what would you do to this person that, did this violation? And King David basically said, man, off with his head and all that, right? And the prophet ended up telling him, like, well, this story is about you. God knows what you did. And King David's like, oh, man, right? So the prophet also told King David that this was going to happen. That baby of yours, that baby, Bathsheba baby, I'm taking his life. For what you did, I'm taking that baby's life. For what you did. You see, you supposed to have been out there fighting. It's a season where the kings go to war. But instead you stay here. And then lust came into your heart and you had sex with this man's wife and bore a child. Not only did you do that, you sent him to the fiercest part of the battle of the war and got that man killed. So you know what? This baby ain't going to be able to live. So what did King David do? He was crying. He put on sackcloth. He said he was pleading that God wouldn't take the baby, right? But God wasn't trying to hear that at all. And he ended up taking the baby life. The point of me telling y'all this story is this, especially for you men out there, especially you black men out there. I'm really talking to my black brothers out there, right? Our job as a man is to work. The Bible says that in the beginning, God did not cause it to rain in the garden because there was no man to till the land. That right there lets me know that our first job as a human being, as a man, is to work. They say if you don't work, you don't eat. So our first job is to work. And there's a lot of cats out here that, they go get a job working for 2 weeks. When they get their first check, they ain't showing up no more. Or you got a job and you just don't feel like going today, so you duck off and go to the strip club, drop Heavy D off into one of these strippers and catch gonorrhea or something worse. And then you come back, you bring it to your girlfriend, and then, oop, there it is, right? You men better start being where y'all supposed to be. Haven't y'all noticed when people ain't where they supposed to be, this when all the trouble happens? This why I don't go out. This why I don't go to strip clubs. This why I don't even go to the club. Here go right here. Breaking news. Big YouTuber Donta gets shot in the ass, right? At some club. I ain't supposed to be there anyway. You know what I mean? So always be where you supposed to be when you be there, right? Be where you supposed to be when you supposed to be there. And with that, y'all, shout out to the Garcia family. Shout out to Eva. And shout out to the most electrifying commentators, viewership people that's a part of the Donta Show Network. And I want to give a special shout out to all my members also. And everybody that hit the like button and everybody that shares the videos. And with that, y'all, I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. Do y'all remember maybe about 12 years ago, maybe 13 years ago, give or take, there was this Muslim dude named Ahmad that got locked up because he would make like these, he'd go on these gay websites and he'd meet up with like gay guys or whatever. And then he'd had them come to his house and he'd drug them. And then, I don't really know what I can say here on YouTube. But he ended up taking their head off their body, right? And basically what this story is about is that we was actually locked up with this guy. He got transferred to our prison, right? So at this time, I was in C dorm and, we got word like, yo, we got a celebrity that's here. And I'm like, celebrity? I'm thinking it's like maybe Snoop Dogg or, 50 Cent, somebody, right? Somebody that got some type of name. But normally when you hear about a celebrity, it got to be like a serial killer or something like that coming through. So we all wonder, like, who could it be? Now, at this time, we was around 6 o'clock, I believe, 6 o'clock. And we all just out here lounging in the day room, people running laps around, people over there gambling, everybody's doing what they do. And the guards come in there too deep and it's like, hey, y'all got to lock down right now. So we like, for what? They like, hey, I'm not going to say it again, lock down. The whole prison is going on lockdown right now. Everybody to y'all rooms, talking to us like we children. So we all packing up, stop doing what we doing. We all getting locked down. So we asked them like, yo, what's going on? They like, yo, we finna have that Ahmad dude come through, that Ahmad dude, whatever his name, Ahmad, whatever. Y'all know who I'm talking about. So we all locked down. We trying to figure out what the story is, right? So they said, man, y'all just locked down, man. We getting a transfer here. This is a highly publicized thing, and he coming through, right? So we like, all right. So we all locked up. They locked us down, whatever. So then one of my homeboys was like, hey, hold on, I know what he talking about. So we all like, what's up with this Ahmad dude or whatever. So this is the story, y'all. So I guess this guy, he comes from the motherland, over there in like Pakistan or something like that or whatever. And in their culture, if you are a part of that community, it ain't no negotiating it. It ain't no, they go by that old school, that raw biblical times of the stoning. You know, in the scriptures it says that if you catch, you know, these type of people in the act of doing these abominable things, then they should be put to death. And he come from that culture, right? So I guess when he got over here to America and he seen how rampant it was, you know, I guess he felt some type of way, like, yo, this ain't right. You know, they say on television, America is the land of the brave. It's, you know, milk and honey, but in reality, this place is Sodom and Gomorrah. So, you know, a lot of y'all might be like, Dante, hold on, what do you mean Sodom and Gomorrah? What is that? All right, y'all. So for the ones that want to skip back to the prison story, y'all can skip on ahead. But for the ones that's ready for this Bible study, well, this Bible story, I should say, about Sodom and Gomorrah, well, stay tuned. All right. But before we even go further, y'all do me a favor. If you are subscribed to this channel and you did not get my notification, make sure you subscribe back to the channel, and hit the notification bell. All right. YouTube changed its algorithm and it's not sending out my notifications. So make sure y'all do that. Also, y'all know what time it is. I don't want to push that blade on you, but I will. But I need for y'all to hit the like button too. All right. Let's get back to it. And shout out to the most amazing commentators on these YouTube streets, which is y'all. We back to the story time. Now let's get to it. So anyway, the story about Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So basically, Abraham was approached by God, right? And God basically told Abraham, like, hey, listen, there's two twin cities called Sodom and Gomorrah. And your cousin Lot is residing in Sodom, right? And he said, basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to destroy both of them cities. And Abraham, like, what's going on? He said, because the homosexuality has got out of control there. They out of control. I mean, the homosexuality and the bestiality and all the immoral things that bring down society is going down in Sodom and Gomorrah, and I have to vanquish it off the face of the earth. So Abraham, like, wait, hold up. Okay, listen, God, I know you the author of all things and you know everything, but listen, God, if there's 100 righteous men there, just 100 out of thousands of these people, can you please spare the cities? And God said, if there's 100 people, I spare it, but it ain't. And he said, okay, look, hold on. One second, please be patient with me, Lord, please. But if it's 50 men, 50 righteous men, could you please spare the city? And he said, hey, if there's 50 men, I'll spare it. But as the story go on, it was not even one righteous man that was in these cities that God was spared. So Abraham went on his way, and the angel of the Lord, they went on their way, right? So long story short, they end up, now this is the terror. Now y'all know when I say welcome to the Terror Dome, oh yeah, that's what I mean when I say the Terror Dome. The Terror Dome is Escape from LA, Mad Max, Judge Dredd, all that, the end of the world scenario. I'm talking about every habitat of demons. It's the Night of the Living Dead right here, right? So when these two angels got to Sodom, they went to the town square, right? And Lot went to he went up there to meet them and said, hey, I need for y'all to come to my house, right? And they like, nah, we gonna stay right here. And Lot was like, yo, hold up. I don't think y'all understand. These homosexuals here, they on a whole different time. Like, these guys is like
like mutants, like they gonna do y'all bad. Y'all gotta come with me. Y'all gotta come, right? And the angel's like, nah, man, we stand right here. Then I don't know what Lot said to them, but he urged them strongly, like, no, y'all come on. Y'all got to come with me now. Because it's just like, do y'all remember that movie that television show From, where the monsters come out at night? Y'all remember that television show? It was just like that. I guess the gay guys that was inside them was like really like that. Like I don't know, man. These guys was like freaked all the way out. And I'm going to tell y'all why. So they end up, the angels end up going with Lot and they go to the house. I don't know exactly how much time passed. Let's just say an hour passed, right? And they get a knock at the door like this. Lot like, who is that? They like, hey, man, hey, where them guys at? Man, open the door, Lot. We need to holler at you right quick, right? So he opened the door. He like, what's up, y'all? They like, hey, man, where them dudes at that was at the town square, man? We heard that they here. Hey, tell them dudes to come outside, man. Lot like, what do y'all want with them, man? They like, man, hey, man, we want to have sex with them, man. We bring them dudes out because we want to have sex with them, man. Move out the way. And so Lot stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Was like, hey, man, y'all chill out, man. These men is under my roof, man. I'm not about to let y'all violate, my guests, man. Man, y'all bag up, man. They like, nah, man, forget all that. Now, y'all got to understand the evil that was in these dudes' hearts. It was old men, young men. It was all type of, man. And these dudes was on some sexual deviant. Hey, listen. They like, man, we ain't trying to hear that, man. Bring them dudes out, man. And they got to try to press up on them. So Lot like, man, y'all bag up. He said, hey, listen, check this out. I give y'all my 2 virgin daughters, right? I give y'all my 2 virgin daughters if y'all would just leave these 2 men alone. They said, no, man, we don't want no woman, man. We want that man. We want the men, man. Man, watch out, man. So they kept trying to press up on Lot to get up in the house. And then one of the angels grabbed Lot and brought him in the house and blinded the men, right? He didn't blind them physically. He blinded them enough that they couldn't find the entrance to the door of the house. And they was out there all night. I mean, all night. These cats, these demonic creatures, right? Because that's what they turned into. These demonic creatures stayed there for hours trying to find the entrance of the door, trying to get up in that house to try to lay pipe on 2 angels. Can y'all imagine that? Imagine like the night. I mean, just think about it. And now that I think about it, it was like the night of the living dead. You know how the zombies come out at night and they trying to beat down the door to devour the people? That's what them gay guys was doing back then. I mean, they mind went to a place of, oh man, it was, I don't know, y'all. Yeah, if you think about it, it was like some zombies type junk, but on the sexual deviancy level. So, eventually they end up leaving, from the oldest to the youngest of the men. So, the angels told them like, hey, listen, this is what we here for. We here because we about to destroy this city. I mean, we about to destroy this thing, right? And he told them like, listen, you need to gather your people and y'all need to leave this city, because when daybreak come, fire and brimstone is coming. It's coming. And Lot like, okay, listen, I hear you, but I'm an old man. I can't move the way I used to move. So is there any way that we can go to a nearby town or something and, and then y'all do it? Because I don't believe I'll be able to make it. So they said, okay, we'll let that ride. Yeah, you can do that. We got you. But then the angel also said, but listen, Lot, and listen to me, y'all. He said, no matter what you hear, no matter what is going on, do not turn around. Just keep running. Do not turn around. And also, we can't start until you safely out of range. So he said, okay, bet. So now it was time for them to go. And we all know the story. They was going, and then Lot's wife turned around and she became a pillar of salt, right? But all right, so that's the reason why, the homosexuals, got destroyed for doing them abominational acts. If y'all didn't know the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the whole gist of it, the homosexuals got out of control and they was just like really zombified and was just doing the most. And that's why they was destroyed the way they was destroyed. But yeah, that's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now let's get back to the prison story. So they end up locking us down, and my homeboy was telling me the story, telling everybody in the pod the story, like, yeah, old boy, he come from the motherland over there in the Middle East or whatever, and when he got over here, he enrolled into college, and he noticed like Sodom and Gomorrah is happening again over here in America. And he said he just didn't understand because he thought this was a Christian nation, even though he was, a Muslim. But he said, okay, I mean, we kind of like cousins, and we still follow the Abrahamic faith. But at the same time, us Christians and Muslims got our differences. But I mean, at least I thought that, Christians was on the same page, dealing with homosexuals or whatever. But I guess when he got over here, he realized that wasn't the case. So he said, you know what? I'm gonna do something about this. And remember, y'all, this wasn't that long ago when you really look at it. And, he ended up feeling some type of way about this, and he felt like he's doing God's work. So he started, getting in these chat rooms with, gay guys, meeting up with him, and with his medical experience or whatever, he had drugged these guys, like, what's that serial killer dude named Jeffrey Dahmer? Yeah. He would drug these cats, but he was precise with that knife also. And he would, go to take a cat head off and, take other body parts off it, take body parts off these cats and, put them in garbage bags and spread them all around the city or whatever. And he just went on his jihad like that. That's the line he was pushing. And eventually he ended up getting caught. So, long story short, they had him come to our prison for a transfer. I guess they was taking him out there to Cali or whatever, but I guess they needed a place to rest because they've been on the road of extraditing him there. They didn't put him on the airplane. They transferred him, through the bus or whatever. So he ended up at our prison, and they shut the whole prison down. So, he telling me this story, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. So, no, I didn't ever get to see the guy or anything, but there was other guys that was in the dorm that was like really on that, like they really did not like like homosexual type people, whatever. And I hear dudes like, yeah, I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand, man. Yeah, get rid of them cats, man. Yeah, get rid of all of them cats, right? And it was dudes like, yeah, I wish he could stay here, man. He could teach a lot of these cats a lesson or whatever. This prison. So, after about 3 days, they ended up leaving. They had us on lockdown for real. And when we got out, they had him like in an isolation tank, and nobody ever got to see him or anything. But then real conversations got to been had, and what was said was like a lot of them gay guys that was there was like terrified. Like he was the boogeyman to these dudes. And a lot of these homosexuals was thinking like, yo, what if he's still here? And what if he try to, it got real intense in there for them type of dudes in there. But hey, y'all let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about this. Oh, my fault, y'all. There's an airplane coming over here. But yeah, y'all let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about this video. Do y'all think that America has fallen into a sunken place? And what I mean by that, do y'all believe that America, right, has become the new Sodom and Gomorrah? Let me know in the comment section. With that, y'all stay safe and stay off them weird websites. I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Back in 2011, there was this white guy by the name of Peter Rosenberg that was in C dorm. And Peter Rosenberg, what he specialized was doing tattooing. Now, when he first got in there, nobody knew that he knew how to do tattoos at all. You know, he was quiet, he kept to himself. And then one day, somebody went in his cell to go rob him, and they noticed that he had all these drawings. So after they robbed him or whatever, they asked him, like, yo, you know how to do tattoos? And I guess he said, yeah. Now, when I got to see him, he was already in there maybe 5 or 6 months before I got in there. So when I got in there, you know, I only got one tattoo, and my tattoo is on my neck and it got my wife's name. Now, I'm not no tattoo guy, but, you know, when I got in there, I was asking people, like, who got the reins, who running the pod and whatnot or whatever. And, you know, my homeboy from Michigan told me, like, yeah, this guy got the reins, and, you know, they running with the Bloods, and, you know, the store guy over here, the weed man is over there, the pill guy over there, the tattoo guy is over here, which is Peter Rosenberg, right? So one thing that I noticed about Peter Rosenberg was that he was getting punked out. Now, I ain't talking about getting sexually punked out that I'm aware of, but, you know, the Bloods was in there running down on him, telling him, like, yo, give me a free tattoo. And he had just tattoo the guys, and they'll say, yo, we'll give you this, that, and don't give it to them. Or they'll just straight gorilla pimp them and just basically threaten them to give a tattoo. So, you know, one thing in prison is that you have to stand up for yourself. That's number one. You have to stand up for yourself. But majority of the time, you know, these guys that be running down on other cats, they are not physically, how can I put it? They can't physically defend themselves. So it's kind of hard for them to fight these guys off and, you know, take up for themselves, because one myth is that if you take up for yourself, then people will leave you alone. Well, that really depends on what type of dormitory or pod that you in, because sometimes you'll take up for yourself and cats will still run down on you just for pure entertainment. And then you got other cats that might step in and have your back because they see that you ain't no chump or whatever. But then again, who knows? It is what it is. So maybe I'm gonna say I had to been in there for maybe about 2 weeks, and I walked up to him and I asked him, I said, yo, let me holler at you, Peter. And so we went in the cell. I said, man, why you let these dudes run over you like that? And he was like, man, I can't beat these guys. I can't fight these guys, man. They'll destroy me in here. I said, yeah, I feel that. I said, why won't you just click up? He was like, man, I just want to do my time. I just want to do my time. And it ain't even me. I didn't even want to do these tattoos. But, you know, when I got robbed some months back, they found that I can draw, and they had me doing tattoos. And, you know, I just want to do my time and get out of here. And I said, okay, that's straight. But I'm like, you know, maybe because here's the thing, y'all. This dude was getting slapped around. he was just getting dogged out. And me being who I was, yeah, I wanted to help him, but I already know how that can turn out. Like, I didn't know none of these cats in this dorm. And I didn't have nobody, because it's like this. The Bloods was running that pod. It was about 15 Bloods in there, and it was running the pod. So I couldn't really, take up for this guy, because now it's like, okay, if I take up for him, then they ride down on me, then who going to aid and assist me? Because he's not going to aid and assist me, so it'll be basically me taking on the beef that I ain't have no business taking on. If he ain't going to ride for himself, what makes you think he going to ride with me when it's time to ride, right? So I said, all right. Well, I was like, hey, well, I mean, if you need, like a blade or whatever, I can assist you. He said, no, ain't no need for that. Matter of fact, yeah, it ain't no need for that. God got me. And I said, all right. And as I was walking out of his cell, he said, hey, Dante. I said, what's up? He was like, well, don't too much worry about me, man. I can take care of myself. So I walked back in the cell. I said, what you mean you can take care of it? He said, trust me, everything ain't what it seems. These guys might think that they doing something to me, but I'm getting them, trust me. And I'm like, okay, all right. So when I walked out the cell, I went back to my cell to go lay down, and I was just thinking about what he said. He said, don't worry about them guys, man. I got me. Trust me. I'm taking care of myself. So I was wondering, when you hear in prison, when you hear things like that, you like, what could he be talking about? Like, what did he mean by that? And it dawned on me to a couple months later, and I'm about to tell y'all what's about to happen. So weeks go by, right? Weeks go by, and I see the same thing. The Bloods going in his cell, demanding tattoos. He tattooing them. They even giving him the supplies or whatever. So I noticed one thing. Now remember, y'all, I got my first tattoo in, how long have I been married? Because I got my first tattoo, dang, y'all, was it my 5th year anniversary? Oh man, I don't know. I think in my fifth year anniversary. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it. But yeah, I noticed something. Even when I got my first tattoo, the tattoo artist he was giving me fresh needles or whatever. He pulled it out the pack and it was never used, right? So it dawned on me like, hold up. This dude is doing all these tattoos, but he only got 1 or 2 guns. And if I'm not mistaken, he's using the same needle. Then it dawned on me, y'all. Now, you remember when I said that he told me, don't worry about me, Dante. I can handle mine. I'm getting them back. They just don't know it. And I said a couple months later, then it came clear of what he was actually saying. Yeah, that time has came. So there was a pandemic or epidemic, or however you want to say it, about these guys, these certain guys, right? These Bloods and other cats. They all start having hepatitis B, hepatitis C, right? And everybody, it was like they had to shut the place down, because it was like a pandemic that went through there of all these guys catching, hepatitis, and they were trying to figure out what it was. So then they traced it down to, oh boy, somebody ratted him out, saying, oh, he doing tattoos or whatever. So that's when it happened. They came in there, they grabbed him up out of there, right? And then that's when it struck. Word got back that the reason why all these guys got this hepatitis and all this stuff is because dude was using the same needles. He was using the same needles on these guys. He figured, well, hey, I can't beat these dudes physically. They keep beating me up. They keep punking me out. So I know how to get them.
I get them with this needle. Yeah, I just won't change. I won't clean the needles. I'm going to affect every guy in here that put hands on me. I'm going to affect every guy in here that extorted me. I'm going to affect every guy that thought they was doing something to me and they thought they was going to get away with it. Oh, yeah, I might be a skinny white guy that can't beat you guys physically, but I'm going to do what Dante say. And this is a military mind game. Yo, Peter Rosenberg, skinny white guy. That's what you call military mind games at its finest. You see, Peter Rosenberg, I would like to call a guest in the Terror Dome. And for those that watch my channel, you all know in the Terror Dome, it goes down. You never know who's going to show up in the Terror Dome. You never know. And speaking about the Terror Dome, hey, y'all, listen. From here on out, I'm going to drop a new story time every day at 11 a.m. But then at nighttime, I'm going to stream. I'm going to start doing my gaming at nighttime, maybe around 8 p.m., right? So y'all can, for those that like to play video games, y'all can rock out with me at nighttime at 8 p.m. on out. But 11 a.m., that's when I drop my story times. But let's keep the story going. And if y'all haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. If you subscribe to the channel, make sure you unsubscribe and subscribe back to the channel and hit the notification bell, because YouTube haven't been sending out my notifications. All right. But let's get back to the story. So after word went out, they start testing everybody. It was a pandemic up in there, man. All these cats getting hepatitis, and it got traced back to Peter Rosenberg that was doing these tattoos on these guys. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all. This guy was clever. And I don't blame him to keep it a buck with you. I mean, what can you do when you got 5 or 6 bloods running down on you, telling you that you gonna do these tattoos or we gonna beat you? And then they slap you around to just establish dominance on you. So I don't blame Peter Rosenberg for what he did. I don't blame him, because how else you gonna fight back? And I guess he fought back the only way that he knew he could fight back was the military mind games. So in total, it was 24 men that got infected with hepatitis. And these 24 men, hey, it is what it is. They violated Peter Rosenberg. I mean, what could he do? He couldn't beat him physically. So he had to do the only thing that he had to work with. And that's, hey, he hit them with that hip. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all another side story right quick that ain't really got nothing to do with prison. In Detroit, there was a woman that some of her kids froze to death. I'm going to put the story up here soon at a later time, but a woman and her mother, I believe, got in the car and they went on the top of this casino building or whatever in a parking garage. And, it was really cold outside and some of the kids passed away, unfortunately. That story right there is very, very hurtful and troublesome, because it's a lot of people that's going through a lot. It's a lot of people out here in this world that really don't know no better. You know what I mean? You would think like, okay, well, why they didn't have the car running? Well, then one might say, well, what about carbon monoxide? One might say, well, why they just didn't go to family? Why they didn't reach out to friends? When I looked at the story, I just briefly looked at it. I think she reached out to one of the baby daddies or something, and you know how that go. Baby daddy like, man, I ain't got it, or just was like, whatever, it ain't my business. But it always seems like it takes for somebody to pass away or to die for people to feel sorry and want to do something. And I know a lot of y'all gonna say, well, what about self responsibility and all this and that? But people go through things. Sometimes people lose their job.
Sometimes people lose their source of income. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes people have, real mental issues and they don't know how to cope with life and things happen. But this right here, I don't know if this it could have been avoided. I don't believe this woman actually decided to just wake up and say, hey, we finna go, freeze the kids. I don't believe that happened. I think it was a terrible tragedy, a terrible accident that happened. And, I just want to bring awareness to that situation, man. It's like, if you struggling in life financially and, you and your kids' health could come into questioning, you got to exhaust all resources, man. Don't be ashamed to go to a shelter. Reach out to all your family members, all of them, because anything beats being dead. You know what I mean? Anything beats being, a life or lives being taken. So, prayers for that family that lost them kids. And, us men, we have to do better. We got to do better with these women that we dealing with. You know what I mean? And I say we because we all are part of the same race or whatever. But as men, and that's the human race, but as men really got to start stepping up, man, and, stepping up to the plate and take care of these kids when you're laying down with these women or whatever, because these situations like this really happens. This should have never happened when this woman lost her kids because they had to go sleep in the parking garage on top of a building in Detroit in 0 below weather. But I just want to spread that awareness. And with that, y'all be safe. I'm out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This story takes place when the MDOC prison system decided that they want to ban tobacco statewide, right? So, when we heard the rumor, so we knew it was going to come, but we just didn't know exactly when it was going to come because they still was selling the tobacco items on commissary. But when we started getting the rumors and, people talking about they going to ban it and all this and that, everybody started buying it. Everybody started buying it. Even people that didn't even chew tobacco, smoke tobacco, snort tobacco. Everybody was buying it because we knew that it was going to be a huge drought. And if you ain't got no plug, which is somebody that might smuggle it in for you or a guard, you just going to be butt crack hurt. Pause. My fault, y'all, pause. But, thing is, so everybody was buying it. I got on the phones, told my now wife, like, hey, I need for you to send this money on this books, that book, this books, that book, because you can only get $150 that you can spend in the store, right? So I had a whole bunch of cats in there that I would have my wife send money to for them to buy me stuff also, and I just have a lot of items and commissaries and other people's names and stuff like that, whatever. So, I was set, I was straight, right? But we all know, all you prison dudes know that when we get a statewide lockdown, and that means nothing is moving. Absolutely nothing is moving. They shutting the prison down. We on 23-1 lockdown. And actually, I can't even say 23-1 lockdown because you ain't getting out your cell at all. You went there day in, day out. That's why you're going to have to take a bird bath. And for those that know, y'all know what a bird bath is. Well, let me explain it because a lot of cats don't know. A bird bath is when you stand at your toilet and sink because they connected. You put the white sheet up or a towel, to cover your lower section. You get naked and you take a wash up right there at the toilet, and that's just it is what it is. They ain't let you out, ain't no movement. So we knew that was coming, and we knew this tobacco shortage was gonna come too. So, and yes, y'all, this ain't gonna be no quick video. This gonna be a very long video because I've been getting a lot of calls and emails like, yo, Dante, man, you keep covering these other situations, these other topics, man. We want these stories. Give us these stories, man. We tired of hearing about the other stuff that you got going on. Give us the damn story, Dante. So this is going to be one of them stories. Matter of fact, y'all, for this month right here, I ain't doing nothing but story times, and I'm going to make them long for you. So if you at work on an 8-hour, 10-hour shift, I got you. I got y'all. And shout out to all my truck drivers. Make sure y'all hit the like button and share this video also. But anyway, let's get back to it. So, one thing about it, in prison, you can always tell when we about to have one of these lockdowns, right? And especially the biggest telltale sign is when the guards start really doing their job. And what I mean by that, they not being relaxing, they not being lax. Because sometimes they'll let us stay up. Like, for instance, like on the weekend, you might get a couple of guards that be on the shift that let us stay out late, right? They'll let us stay out as long as we ain't acting the fool or whatever. You got guards that don't really care if we bring back food to the dorm, because you can't bring no food from the cafeteria back to your dorm or whatever. But, guards, they'll be relaxed like that. But when they ain't letting nothing fly, when they ain't letting nothing go, when you getting write-ups and all that for just the smallest things that they normally let us get away with, oh, we know that they tightening up the ship, right? So, anyway, another big telltale is when we start getting them styrofoam to-go boxes. If you're working in the kitchen and that truck pull up and you get all these to-go boxes, y'all know what I'm talking about. When you go to like a like a restaurant, get a to-go box or whatever. When you see all of them coming in, it's time. It's time. And you only got maybe a day or two to get ready. So, one of the kitchen workers let everybody know, like, hey, y'all, we getting them. It's almost that time. So everybody running over here, running over there, and this and that, right? So I'm doing inventory after I get all my commissary, right, going sale to sale of guys that I put money on their books or whatever to get this tobacco or whatever. I'm doing every inventory, everything right. Everybody got what they need and whatever. I hit a couple of cats off with a couple shots of this and shots of that and whatever they needed for, get these items for me, whatever. So I do my inventory and everything good. So as I'm looking around, I'm like, hold on. I'm that guy. I'm the guy. I got probably 30% of all tobacco in this prison. Now, I know a lot of y'all might be thinking like 30%. And I'll tell you, is that good or bad? That's good. I got literally 30 between the 8 guys that I done put money on their books for them to get me this tobacco and my tobacco and other tobacco. I got 30% of all tobacco, right? So you can almost say I was like a kingpin or something like that in prison at that time, right? So here's the thing. This is what I know for a fact. When we about to have a statewide lockdown and everybody locked up, you try to get all the stuff that you can get because we could be locked down for 2 weeks, right? And you know how dudes is. They sit up there. They ain't got nothing to do, so they just eat in their commissary, smoking their cigarettes, whatever. They just burning through it. So what I used to do, y'all know I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. I barely ate sweets. You know, the only thing I really ate was the chili that you could get off the commissary. Chili, the tuna fish, the Doritos. I love some Mountain Dews, so I ain't gonna lie about that. I like the Mountain Dews. And the summer sausages or whatever. But you know, I wasn't a greedy guy. I knew how to conserve or whatever. So I knew that a lot of these guys was gonna burn through their stuff. So I just keep a lot of, you know, commissary item, food items to the side just to, you know, crack dudes over the head with it later on. So, and what I mean by that is that, like, say you come to me and say, hey, Dante, can I get a bag of Doritos? Well, you know, on store day, you want me 3 bags of Doritos. It is what it is. You know, if you take this food and you ain't got my money or my items when it's payday, then, you know, that's what it's going to be an issue. It's going to be a problem, right? And let me, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, when I tell y'all certain things in these stories, let me explain things to these guys that might be going into prison. If you are in there and you don't got no money and you trying to borrow things from people and then you know that you can't pay them back, this is how these dudes get beat up, extorted, and having a body taken advantage of them, or having a body get violated by other men, because you are putting yourself in a predicament for these things to happen. You know, a lot of these cats come into prison that ain't got nothing, that ain't disciplined. And more than likely, a lot of these guys are drug addicts, and, you know, they get caught up in that scene that they come up in there, you know, jonesing, needing a hit or whatever. And then there's predators in there, like gay predators or whatever, that will see that and they got that drug or whatever, and they say, hey, you know, I'll give you this for that, right? And, you know, if you are a drug addict and you a straight man, you'll be like, no, I ain't doing that. But then that predator might go to other cats that's down with his program and be like, don't give him nothing. He gonna have to be forced to come to me, and there you go. Or you might get the cats that you know, what Mark them call it the boo game down south in Alabama, where they'll give you, you know, these drugs or whatever, and then when it's time to pay, they like, yo, hey, I know you can't pay, so, you know, give me something else. And I guess that's how I go. But anyway, don't borrow in prison unless you know you can pay it back. Have that understanding. Have that understanding what you are paying that person back. Because a cat would try to play that game on you too. Like, here you go, man. There you go, man. Take that, man. And you want to impress him. You just got to give him back double. And he like, no, you got to give me 10 back. And then what are you going to do? But that's a different conversation. But anyway, let's get to it. So anyway, you know, I said, dang, I got about 30% of this whole tobacco thing. So then I got to thinking, like, okay, I know we about to go in a lockdown. You know, I got, you know, my guy from the kitchen said that he seen the styrofoam come through. So I know we got a day or two to get ready. So I said, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. So I got my crew together, right? Y'all know the original crew. So I got my crew together and I told them, like, okay, y'all, listen, this is what we're going to do. Because, you know, if we have too much, I can't have so much commissary in here. They going to try to call it contraband. You can't have over a certain amount of stuff in whatever sales. But I said, listen, we need to put a strong hold on all the tobacco in this prison. Like, we need to really get a hold of all the tobacco that we possibly can. Because I honestly believe, which it came to pass, that right after they did the statewide lockdown, that they was going to ban it right then and there. And I was right. But anyway, let me get back to it. So I told them, all right, y'all, this is what we about to do. We about to go sale to sale, right? We going to go to sale, and we going to tell cats that got it that we need half, right? We need half. It was, what, 40 sales, 2-man sales, so there's 80 men in there. right? And everybody had something. Everybody had some type of tobacco. I said, we finna go around, we about to do a tax, right? And it's 50%. It is what it is. So this is what we did. We started from the bottom tier. So Al had this laundry bag that was lined with plastic or whatever, because you don't want to put, the tobacco and cotton doesn't mix well, right? So you line this laundry bag up with plastic or whatever. So this is what we did. First sale we went to, it was a guy, he had 2 packs of tobacco. Yo, and I'm talking about the tobacco that looked like it's in a chip bag. It's like a Ziploc bag or whatever. So I went in there. I just walked in the sale. I had that knife out, that sword of justice, excuse me. Y'all know what the sword of justice is. I had that sword of justice out. Tar T came in there with his sword of justice out, and Al was standing right there, right? And I said, listen, this ain't no negotiation, because remember, y'all, this is store day. Everybody breaking down what they breaking down. First sale I went in, I told him, hey, listen, this ain't no negotiation. I ain't trying to hear nothing. I need half of that tobacco right now. And this guy that, I went in on, he didn't want no trouble. He knew, he understood the program. He ain't want no problems, right? Because sometimes you got to use your head. Like, if I tell him no, he gonna do something to me anyway and take it anyway. So let me just go and get to, he said, all right, bro, you got it. So I went over there and I grabbed half of the tobacco. I'm a man of my word. I grabbed half of the tobacco and I put it in the bag right there. I said, all right, good looking out, right? So we left out of there, went to the next sale. Nobody was in there. Went to the next sale. It was 2 guys up in there and they had the pack. And I said, hey, y'all, listen, check this out. I need half, or just give me this pack right here. And they're like, what you mean you need half? I said, I need half of that. Then I didn't have the sword of justice out, but I pulled it out. And then Tar T pulled his out, and it was like, oh, it's like that? It's like that? I said, hey, listen, I need half, and we not even about to do this. So, I mean, they was talking under their breath, whatever, but reluctantly, they still, gave me half, right? So it went on like that. Most of the people complied. We had a little pushback here and there, but eventually cats came to term, right? So we got this big old bag. I'm talking about big laundry bag. It was full, right? Like the pillowcase thing was full to the brim, right? So Al tied that up and I had him go get another one, right? When we was done, we had 3 big pillowcases of tobacco, right? So you got cats, mean mugging, mean dogging, but they ain't saying nothing because they, to keep it real, they already knew what time it was, right? So we sitting in the room and I'm like, all right, y'all, we gonna have to put this up. We gonna have to put this up, and how we gonna hide it? Because when they come in here and do the shakedowns, they gonna, So I said, well, I had 3 guards that, and I ain't going to put their name out. That's why I'm not going to tell y'all the name of even the block that I was in, because they still working. But I had 3 guards that was really cool with me, and that was, they did things for me, whatever. So they told me, like, yeah, the lockdown about to happen tomorrow, and, we probably don't get to your cell till like another week or whatever. So just let you know. So this was my plan. I said, okay, this is what we gonna do. Al, me, and Tar T, we gonna keep the tobacco, the pillow of tobacco or whatever, we gonna keep them in our cell or whatever. But how we gonna do this, we gonna have it where it's gonna be a pillow, like a legitimate pillow. And so the guard that would come in there that's cool with us, they would search our cells, right? And they'll do the little shakedown, move this here, move that there, whatever the case is. But they ain't going to touch the pillow because the pillow is actually the tobacco, right? So, that was the whole plan. But, this is prison. Everything that you can plan for everything to go right, dot your I's, cross your T's. If something will go wrong and will always go wrong, nothing is never what it seems. It's always something. So we go on the lockdown, right? We go on the lockdown. And the first day of the lockdown, when they lock everybody down, right, a guard come to my cell door and tell me stand up and get cuffed. So I'm thinking like, what the hell? I'm like, what's going on? He's like, man, stand up, turn around and cuff up. So I'm like, all right. So then I hear Al talking junk and I hear Tar T down the tier talking junk. So I'm like, what the heck? So they pull me out and I see Al and Tar T walking down there and they cuffed up. I said, man, I know dang well. I already probably knew what he was about. But then when I see the CERT team go in after us, I said, oh, somebody snitched. Somebody told. Somebody told. So I know what y'all thinking. Y'all like, that's what you get. That's exactly what y'all get. You know, I'm going to be real. In hindsight, yeah, that's what we get. We had no business doing what we did. But, hey, it's prison. Prison is a place where, you know, only the strong survive. I seen the opportunity where I could become the kingpin of tobacco because I had knowledge that, hey, they shutting everything down after this lockdown. So I wanted to be the man on top. Pause. Big pause on that. But, yeah, ended up with nothing. They took everything. They took all the tobacco that we took. They had in the pillowcases, and they took they took all the commissary, all of it, right? Now this is where stuff get crazy. So I end up getting put in the hole for 2 months. Al got put in the hole for like, I think a month, his dang self. And Tar T, he ended up getting into it with a guard on their way there, so he ended up getting 6 months in the hole for assault on the officer or whatever. I'm gonna put a pause right there. I'm gonna finish this story later on because I got to get ready to go. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share this video. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. So this white lady pull up to the hood and she like, I want my money. I want my money now. Give me my money or I'm going to call the police.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Back in 2005, my homeboy Homicide, and for those that don't know who Homicide is, this was a cat that I met in Atlanta, Georgia. And we became good friends, and later on we got locked up together years later or whatever. But anyway, he came to me with this hustle, right? Now, this what he said. He was like, yo, I know these white chicks or whatever, and, you know, they be getting bread. You know, they CNAs, they nurses or whatever, and they like black dudes, right? So I'm like, okay. Now, at this time, y'all, you know, my preference wasn't really white women. I wasn't into white women at all. But, you know, I just entertained the conversation because I'm like, you know, these white women got all this money and they like black dudes. So I was entertaining the conversation. So he told me the thing is this. He says this website where a lot of single women that got money be looking to hook up with black dudes. And he said it's not really like you doing solicitation or whatever. You just, you know, meeting up with these lonely white women that got money or whatever. So I said, okay, bet. I mean, hey, I'm out here on the streets doing what I do. So let me just look into this, right? So he pulled out his phone and he showed me the whole profile thing, right? But I'm noticing in his profiles, like, it ain't nothing but like heavy set white women. Now, before we go on, this video ain't to body shame women or nothing like that. Everybody have their preferences when it comes to women. It ain't nothing wrong with a man, loving on a big woman. So let me go ahead and put that out there. Shout out to all the big women out there, right? Anyway, so, I'm noticing on all these women that he's showing me, they are like heavy set white women, right? So I'm looking at him, in his messages, and he talking real greasy to these women. And, they talking to him back. And I said, man, how much money you done made off this thing? And he was like, man, bro, it's December, right? I said, yeah. He said, everybody get their taxes, they W-2s and stuff next month. And, so what I do, so this was his whole rundown, right? He said, like, he'll be talking to these women in December, telling them everything that they want to hear. They beautiful, building up their self-esteem. Eventually, they go on a date, and he would pay for it. But how his hustle was, he would use one woman, get her money, and pay for the next date. You know what I'm saying? He'd tell the woman, like, look, man, I got this. I'm going to take care of you, this and that. Because he know that he running his con to make her think like, dang, he don't even want me for my money. He think I'm beautiful. He talks to me every night. He send me text messages, good morning, beautiful, good night, beautiful. Like, he really care about me. And he's doing this to about 10 or 15 different white women, right? So, he got that down packed. So now he said, he once he get their mind or whatever, and then it's income tax season. So he said what he'd do is that, he would go, he'd basically come up with like an excuse, right? And like one excuse he'd use is like, oh, look, baby, my car, like 2 or 3 days before the taxes hit or whatever, he'd come up with some type of excuse and say like, yeah, baby, my car went out, my engine went out, and the repairs like $3,400 or $5,800, right? Depending on how much money the girl getting back. And these women feel bad for him, because he project this, this caring black man that just really love me and all this and that, right? But in all, he really the devil, right? So the white woman will feel sorry for him and say, well, okay, well, I'm supposed to get my taxes soon, so I'll get it to you. That he be like, you know what? No, never mind. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I can't take that away from you. That she be like, no, I really like you. I know you would do it for me, whatever. Then he'll be like, you for real? You'll do that for me? Yeah, I'll do that for you, right? And he'd be like, nah, I don't feel right, taking money from you. And she'd be like, but you done looked out for me many a times. You done, paid for a lot of things for me. And he'd be like, yeah, okay, all right, well, I tell you what, if you do that for me, man, I already know what time it is, man. I think I never said this to a woman before, but I think I love you, right? And then right there, boom, he got him, right? So then he'd do this to multiple women, right? So he told me he cleared like the prior year. See, I didn't know homicide back in 04, 03 or whatever. I get the years, mixed up or whatever, but I didn't know him 04. So only knew homicide at this point in time for maybe 4 or 5 months, give or take or whatever. So I said, okay, bet. And he told me he made about 80, 90,000 last income tax season doing this, all right? So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, yo, do you be sleeping with these women? And he ain't say nothing at first. And then I was like, hey, man, man, this keep it real, man. You really doing this because you got a fetish for big white women, don't you? And he was like, man, but when he said what he about to say, y'all, he had his head down and he was like, man, bruh, that ain't the half, man. You just got to do what you got to do. So when he said that, it kind of threw me off. Like, I'm like,
alarm bells start going off in my head. I'm like, so is this like the dark side of, what he doing or whatever? But anyway, if y'all haven't, make sure y'all hit the like button, okay? And also, tonight at 6 p.m., I'm going to go live and we're going to do a panel and we're going to discuss this video, all right? So I'm going to leave the link at the top of the comment section for y'all to go to the live, and I'm going to leave the StreamYard link also so we can discuss this tonight, right? We're going to review this video, and then we're going to talk about it, all right? First come, first serve. Only 6 people can get on the panel. All right, let's get back to it. And it's free. So anyway, so I create my profile or whatever, and this how this went. This chick named Jessica, right? She was 36 years old, no kids, right? And she was a manager at this group home or whatever. So I wrote her, and I told her, like, hey, beautiful, how you doing and whatever. And then she didn't write back. And then maybe about 30 minutes, she wrote me back. It was like, hey, how you doing? My name is Jessica. And I said, now, I never did this online date and stuff. So, I come from the old school, right, where I'd rather meet a chick in person and, put my game down on her like that. But, I don't know. It was kind of weird. But anyway, so she said, yeah, I'm doing fine and this and that. So I just straight out asked her. I said, you want to go on a date? And she was like, yeah, let's go on a date. I'm off work this Sunday or whatever. And today was Saturday, y'all. No, it was Friday at the time. So after that, I was like, all right, bet. So she's like, when you want to go to date at? Now, at this time, I was living in Covington, Georgia at this time, maybe about 20, 30 minutes away from the city of Atlanta or whatever. So I'm thinking like, God dang, where is we going to meet? Because at this time, y'all, I was broke. I ain't had no car. I was living at my auntie house, right? And I'm thinking like, God dang, where is we going to meet at, right? It got to be somewhere around here in Covington or whatever. So I said, you know what? I know, right? So there's an American Deli, right? And shout out to Covington, Georgia. Y'all know what I'm talking about, where the American Deli at, right there by the train tracks, right? They got the best hot wings, man. If y'all ever out there in the A, make sure y'all stop at an American Deli, right? Get y'all some of the wings, right? But anyway, so I'm like, American Deli. And, I gave her the address or whatever. And she was like, I'm kind of, working on my weight and my health or whatever. And I really can't eat like that type of food or whatever. Let's go to another place. I forgot what she said. Dang, what did she say? I don't know. Whatever the place is, it was like in the city of Atlanta. And I didn't have no way out there. So I just straight up told her, like, listen, let's just meet there because I'm closer to my home or whatever. And, I don't really know you like that and anything can go wrong. So she was like, okay, I guess so. So fast forward to Sunday, we meet up. And, her profile picture and the pictures that I seen had to been when she was maybe 18 or 19. And, oh, yeah, she told me she was like 28. But this woman was every bit 45, 46. And I'm just going to say that looking at her pictures, like I said, she had to have been really young in these pictures or whatever. And her weight had to be maybe about 200, 225. Nah, This woman, and again, this ain't no body shame or nothing like this. I'm just telling my story. But this woman was pushing at least a good 350, 360 at best. And she was short. She was like maybe 5'6", 5'7". Like, this was really a big woman. And when she stepped out the car, I'm looking at her, I'm sitting in American Deli, at the window watching her get out. And, I'm pretty sure, I'll be around American Deli. I'll be around that area. So, don't really, nobody really, pop through Covington like that. So I knew it was her instantly, right? So she got out the car. I'm like, dang, God dang. Right? So I come up out the store, right? And she was like, Dante? Yeah, I was stupid, y'all. I was stupid. I told her my real name. I mean, I was new to the game, right? So she was like, Dante? I said, yeah, what's up? And then she said, oh my God, you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. And, you know, I kind of blushed. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I kind of blushed because, you know, ain't no woman ever tell Dante that he was a beautiful human being, man. So, you know, she said that. I said, oh, so then I gave her a hug. But, you know, when I tried to hug her, it's like I felt kind of bad, y'all. I felt kind of bad because this woman was so, how can I put it? She was so warm. Not warm physically, like nice, like radiate. It's like she was radiating positivity. Oh, you know what I mean? So, you know, but I'm gonna be real with y'all. I see Dante has a heart, right? And when I'm about to do wrong, you know, maybe it's God pulling on my heartstrings, or maybe it's my guardian angel that's right there. And I don't know, man. I just couldn't do it. You know, I had in my mind, like, you know, after this, I'm just going to delete the app and that's just what it's going to be, right? So she said, so how you doing? And I said, I'm good. She said, are you hungry? I said, yeah, I am. So I said, well, I know you don't want nothing. She said, that's okay. I'll get you what you want. So I said, all right, bet. So we go to American Deli, man. I ordered 25 wet wings, mild, right? With the not ranch, but blue cheese, right? Hey, let me ask y'all a question. With y'all buffalo wings, whatever, do y'all eat ranch or do y'all have blue cheese? Me, I'm rocking with the blue cheese. But anyway, you know, I get the 25 wing dings. I get the celery and a large lemonade. So I'm right there smashing, y'all. I mean, them wings was crazy, right? So I'm right there smashing, and we just talking, you know, look at my fingertips and all that, right? So we just talking and everything, and you know, she telling me about her job and, you know, past relationships and what she want in a man and all this and that. So I'm like, okay. So I already had it in my mind that, you know, I'm not gonna do this to this woman. So I just left it alone, right? So long story short, we gave each other a hug and we went our separate ways, and I got rid of the app, right? You would think that'd be the end of the story. Nuh-uh. Now the story really about to go. So now, fast forward a week later, I run into homicide, right? And this is income tax season, right? I see homicide and he pulls up in the car that she had. Now, the car that she had was like a 2000, maybe 12 Taurus, something like that. Turbo edition or whatever. When he pulled up in it, it didn't register. It didn't hit me right then and there like this old girl car, right? So he pulls up in her car, right? He come in the hood in her car. You know, I jump in and, you know, some of the homies get in the car too. So we just ride around. He telling me about this white chick that he hit this lick on, right? So we go to what was that called? Conyers, Georgia, right? Conyers. It's not too far from Covington at all. So so he telling us like, yeah, man, this white girl, man, I met her and, you know, she basically moves me in. She's spoiling me. I'm driving her car and, man, I run that house, right? So we pull up to her house. She had a decent house. It was a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. You know, it was a nice house. So we pulled up and we like, man, where she at? He like, man, she at work, but man, she don't care. So when we got in the house, man, I'm like, you know, I instantly hit the refrigerator. Bam, right? Making sandwiches, all that. He like, man, my house is your house. Right? So we in there chilling and whatever and all this and that, right? So he like, all right, y'all, I got to go pick her up. So he like, yeah, we can stay here. She ain't going to trip, right? So he leaves, right? So you know how we do it. Now, this was back when I was a slime ball and I was a creep, right? So I instantly went upstairs to her bedroom and started going through her dresser drawers and stuff, right? Trying to find some money or jewelry or whatever, right? That's what we was doing back in them days, right? That was my hustle with back in the day, right? I ain't really find too much of nothing, but then I went to her bathroom, right? And I went to her medicine cabinet. And I'm looking, and I see the name Jessica over there. So I'm like, it's not really hitting me yet, right? So when I leave out of there, right, and I go to another room, and she got pictures, and I'm looking, and I'm like, oh, snap, this Jessica, whatever, right? About an hour later, they return. You know, we all in the living room, you know, they in there smoking, drinking. I don't smoke or drink. I'm just sitting there watching TV a while. I think we was watching Commando or something with Arnold Schwarzenegger, whatever. But, you know, she come through, right? And she look at me, I look at her, and I don't think she really remember me at all. You know, but I know her, though. So after that, you know, I pulled Homicide to the side and said, hey, you know, I met up with her before. He's like, you did? I was like, yeah. He was like, y'all do something? I said, no, we ain't do nothing, right? He was like, oh, okay, bet. He said, wait, man, you messed up, man, because she taking care of a nigga, whatever. I said, yeah. So look, long story short, yo, because we got to wrap this up. And remember, y'all, tonight at 6 o'clock, I'm going to do a live video so we can react to the video. Y'all give me y'all opinion, right? Couple days later, right, he pulled up in the hood. This dude got about 12 racks on him, right? He said, y'all, we out to the A. We out today. We finna go party. This woman gave this man all her income tax, all of it, every last drip, every dollar. We went out there to Atlanta and we was hitting them strip clubs and them clubs up, man, off of her dime, right? So next thing you know, I'm going to say about, now he never took her back her car, whatever. I guess when he got the money, he was just done, but he never took her car back. Why this woman show up with her daddy in our hood, right? She shows up with her daddy in our hood looking for Homicide, right? So let's imagine this older white man, a grandpa with this white chick in the hood asking for Homicide, right? So she was really mad because, I mean, I guess after she gave him the money, he stopped coming around and he never bought her car back or whatever. But, you know, they came to the hood looking for Homicide, talking about she gonna call the police and she know this is the area that he hang out with and all this and that, right? Moral of the story, it's income tax season, y'all. You know, you get these guys that be talking about, oh, baby, I got $1 million dream that's gonna get us up out the hood or whatever. But where was all that hustle at when before income tax season? So y'all women, be careful out there. With that, y'all, I'm out. Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. All right, y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time. So when he walked in there, he was like, I'm tired of you putting your hands on me. Ah!
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This prison story is when this dude came in here telling us how he was getting whooped out by his baby mama. Now,
I told this story maybe 2 years ago, but then I got to thinking about something. One of my homeboys called me and he needed some advice. And the advice that he needed is, yo, should I leave my baby mama or should I put hands on her? And, you know, I'm like, what you mean put hands on her? He like, yo, ever since I've been with this chick, when she get mad and she think that I'm cheating on her, you know, she'd try to slap me or scratch my face, whatever. And yeah, I was cheating on her in the beginning, but I'm not doing it now, right? But it's like every time I leave and go to the grocery store, or the gas station, or the corner store, and I come back, she always trying to do something to me. I'm getting tired of it, but I don't want to leave her. But at the same time, you know, I need to. If she keep hitting me, I'm gonna hit her back. So what should I do? So that right there got me thinking about what happened when I was locked up in Genesee County. And at the end, I'm going to tell y'all the advice that I gave him. But anyway, so when I was in Genesee County, right, you know, we was all in the bullpen and this white guy come in there. This young white dude, maybe 19, 20 years old. Dude looked like Harry Potter, right? When he came in there, we all looking at him. And we like, man, what the heck this dude do? Like, what the heck did you do to get locked up, right? So we looking at him, and you know, me and a couple of homies, we was making bets like, yeah, he had to commit like a child crime, because, you know, cats like that, they either get caught up doing something they ain't have no business doing with a kid, or they caught, or something was on their phone and somebody turned them in or something, you know, something like that, right? So we just take the best of what he did. So I push up on, I'm like, hey, what you doing in here, man? What you do? He was like, man, it's a long story. I said, well, shoot, we got all day. So he like, man, all right, so basically I'm in here for beating up my baby mama. So we looking at him like, beating up your baby mama, like, what? He like, no, but just listen, hear me out. So he got to telling this story where he said, you know, he met this older chick. Well, she wasn't that older. I guess she was like 25 and he was like 18 or whatever. And this dude, forgive me, y'all, but this, I gotta describe his height and weight for y'all. Dude ain't nothing but maybe 5'5", 5'6", maybe a good 110, 115 at best. And he said his baby mama at the time, well, his girlfriend at the time was like 5'11", pushing maybe 225, 230 at best. She was a big white chick, whatever. And you know, he said it was like love at first sight. He said that she took his virginity. They were just lovey-dovey, and, you know, he moved in with her, and it was just constant love making, right? And then he said once she got pregnant, that's when everything changed, right? Now, he said at this time he wasn't working. He was actually living at his grandma's house or whatever, and just living that life of, you know, playing Xbox, eating pizza rolls, not working, just there, just existing, right? So he said when he moved in with her, it transitioned to, you know, in the beginning, just all the love making, she cooking for him, and, you know, him playing a video game. Now it's the baby is here, where the baby is about to be born and all this and that, and she's telling him, you ain't a man, you need to get a job, you need to take care of your responsibilities, which is true. That's a fact. If you get a woman pregnant or whatever, even prior to that, as a man, we supposed to be working, right? Providing for ourselves. And when we do decide to lay down with a woman, create families, we need to be able to take care of them families. But anyway, let's get back to it. So now he like, you know, she putting the pressure on him. She pressing him about getting a job or whatever. And, you know, he told us, like, I'm not going to lie, man. I ain't got no skills. I didn't graduate. He was giving us a lot of excuses, really. But it wasn't, we ain't the judge or jury to convict this man of how he lived his life. Because, I mean, we all convicts. And we are here. We went wrong somewhere, right? So anyway, he come telling us, like, you know, it got to a point where he said he went out there, he tried to work at Subway, and he said when he got to Subway, his manager was bullying him, basically, right? He said it was this black dude that was pressing him and making him do stuff that he didn't supposed to do, like telling him to work off the clock and stuff like that, whatever, so he didn't get paid the overtime. And he said like the black dude, the black manager would like pressure him to doing these things, whatever. So he said he eventually just quit it. His baby mama, that was the first time she put hands on him when she was 8 months pregnant or whatever. She like slapped him up and was jacking him up. And he said he just boiled up like this because number one, he said she was pregnant. And number two, he never been into a physical altercation. So he said he just boiled up and she was just punching on him and hitting on him, talking about you ain't a man, you need to go back and get your job and all this and that. And he telling her, no, I'm getting dogged out there and I'm not going back. It's just not happening, right? So she beat him up some more, whatever. Cool. So she told him, you better get you another job tomorrow. And she got on the internet and started filling out applications for Walmart, Taco Bell, KFC, Popeyes, Wendy's, Domino's, any fast food restaurant that you could think of, right? She was putting that application in on Indeed.com in Monster, right? So, he said that Taco Bell ended up calling him. And he ended up going there for the interview and they hired him on the spot. But he said like after like 3 days working there, he was just sitting there at the register and said, I don't want to work. I just don't want to work. And I'm like, huh? Now, at this time, y'all, we in a bullpen. It's about 20 guys in there. We just listened to him tell his story, right? And he just straight up said, like, I just didn't want to work because I never really worked. So now I'm in a situation where I got to provide for this woman and this child that's about to come in this world. And I don't want to work. And I'm like, okay. So he said like he was sitting at the counter and he just said, he walked off, went to his manager like, hey, I quit. So the manager was like, what do you mean you quit? He's like, I can't do this. I don't want to work here no more. So the manager's like, well, can you at least finish the shift? He said, no, I'm out. I'm gone. So he left out. He went home, right? He said when he got to the house, the baby mama wasn't there. She was out with her mama, whatever. So he said when he got there, he just got to playing the game. Now, when baby mama showed up, she under the impression that he's supposed to be at work, right? So she come in the house with her mama and she goes to the living room because he just right there playing Xbox, right? Playing PS5 or whatever, that's playing the game. And she just walk up to him and go, bow! Punch him right in the back of his dome piece. His headset go flying this way. The joystick go flying that way. And he go flying that way. And the mama now grandmama, her mama sees this and say, stop, what are you doing? Don't hit him, what are you doing? So he said, like, he was just holding his face like this because he said, like, he caught like a headache instantly when she hit him, right? Put paws on him. So she like, no, he supposed to be at work and he out here. And what happened at your job? What happened? He was like, I quit my job. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. Man, just leave me alone. So he said that she just got on him like, boom, 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 boom. Just got putting the dogs on him, hitting on, popping off on him, right? And he like, stop, man. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. She was like, boom, 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 boom. He like, stop hitting me. So the mama came in and was grabbing like, get off him, girl. You pregnant. You pregnant. Get off him, right? So, he said he got up and he ran outside, right? And the mama and the daughter is arguing like, girl, you pregnant. You made this decision to lay down with him. And you need to just leave him alone, right? Because this ain't healthy for the baby, whatever. So he just went for a walk. And then here she coming down the street, right? Like, you need to come back. You need to come back and be a man. and all this and that. And he like, just leave me alone, man. Just leave me alone. I'm finna go back to my grandma's house. I'm going back to my grandma's house. So she was like, you need to be a man. You got a child coming and you got me pregnant and you just need to be a man. So he like, man, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. So he said that she was like walking up behind him real fast and hit him again. Bow, right? So he said like he just snapped for a minute and he like grabbed her wrist and he was like, stop hitting on me. Now he said at this time it was like 3 black dudes that was walking on the opposite side of the street, and it looked to them like, yo, he about to beat up this pregnant white woman, whatever. And keep in mind, this dude white too, right? So they like, hey man, get your hand off that chick, man. Get your hand off that broad, man. And he like, no, y'all don't know what's going on. She keep hitting on me. They're like, man, forget all that, man. Get your hand off that girl, right? So he like, man, y'all just leave me alone. So he said he tried to take off running, and one of the homies, one of the black dudes, clipped him, right? And they got to stomping like boom, boom, like stomp like, you better not touch another female again. So she like laid on him like, y'all stop hitting him, right? So they walked off or whatever. So he was like, look what happened. Look at this point, y'all, he crying. Man, look what you did, man. Look what you got these dudes. They jumped on me and all this and that. And she was like, just come back to the house. Just come to the house. Let's go. He like, man, all right, man, forget it, man. Let's go. So they go back to the house, right? So the mama, which is the mother of the baby mama, sit them both down. We're like, listen, we need to come to a resolution because you are pregnant. I'm not taking care of this baby. And you are the father, and this is your responsibility to take care of this child and this woman. And, that's unacceptable for you to be talking about, I don't want to work, I quit. That's out. You cannot do that. Right? So she said, so we need to figure out how this is going to work. Because I raised my kids already. I'm not about to be raising it. I mean, yeah, I'm grandma, but I'm not about to be, this is your responsibility, not mine. So she like, so what are you going to do? And he was like, I guess I gotta go to work. So she was like, well, call Taco Bell and see, can you come back? So he got the phone, right? He got the dial the number, then he got on there and he was just sitting there for a minute. So then he was like, hey, this blah, 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 blah. I ain't gonna put his name out. You think I can come back to work? Okay. All right. I understand. All right. Thank you. No, they said since I walked out on the shift, I can't come back. Yeah. She said, okay, cool. So we're gonna try to get you another job, and we're just gonna move forward because, this baby did not ask to be here, and let's just move forward. All right, cool, bet. A month will go past. He's not working. There's interviews, there's jobs that's calling, right? But he's not even like a job will call and be like, hey, this so-and-so, you want to come in for an interview? No, not right now, I'm sick. This is the stuff that he was doing when jobs would actually call his phone, right? He'd turn them down or make some bogus excuse or whatever. So fast forward to next month, she had a baby. He up at the hospital, the family's up there, all that. He crying and, he telling her like, baby, I love you. I'm gonna do right. And I'm gonna go to work and I'm gonna protect and provide for you. Cool, right? They go home. Everything is good for maybe about a week, right? So she ended up telling him like, okay, listen, I do need you here at the house for you to help out or whatever, because, this baby is taking a toll on me. I'm weak. I'm tired all the time. I'm breastfeeding. I need your help and, whatever. So he like, all right, cool. She says, so she's like, don't worry about working. We get WIC, we getting the food stamps and this and that. So, you know, just be here with me, right? He like, I bet. Well, after a week, you know, the baby get to crying in the middle of the night. He don't want to get up, right? He sleep right there. He don't want to get up. He don't want to make the baby bottle because she can't breastfeed no more for whatever reason. He don't want to change diapers. All he do day in, day out is play Xbox, PS5 all day. That's all he doing. And she getting tired of it. So the fighting started happening of her putting hands back on him. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. After 2 months, he said like every week she'll put hands on him, right? For him not going to work and not helping or whatever now. So he said the last straw was this. He said that the mama, right, grandma came over, right, to give them a break, right, with the baby. So they supposed to be going out to eat and going to the movies or whatever. So as they sitting there, he's playing a video game, right? And the daughter asks mama for $50, right? So they can go on this date. And mama like, what do you mean you need $50 for y'all to go on a date? I thought y'all ain't got no money to, I'm not paying for that. No. Matter of fact, I'm about to leave. So the mama left because mama feel like I'm not about to pay. I'm here babysitting for free or whatever for y'all to go have a good time. I'm not about to pay for y'all to go have a good time. No, that's out. So mama left. So now dude still playing Xbox, right? Still playing video game. And girl and baby mama just crack. She like, you know what? He love that game. He care about that game so much. I'm gonna tighten him up. So she walked straight to the TV. She hurry up, snatch the cords out of the Xbox, pick it up like this, and go boom. Bust it to a billion pieces right in front of him on the hardwood floor, right? Oh no! Oh! So he get up and get swinging on her. He's swinging on her, right? And he go ballistic, right? He throwing 100 punches an hour, right? But it ain't phasing her. So she like, oh. So then she bear hug him, pick him up in the air and body slam him and get on top of him. She distribute her weight, right, across him and get the bear dogging on him. Boom, 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 right? Now, mama, right? Mama left her wallet or pocketbook or something, so she pulls back to the house and she hear all this commotion going on. When she get in there, right, she trying to get her daughter off of the guy. But as she's pulling her off, dude just hit her with a good one, like a bam, right? He hit her in the jaw and she go dizzy. She's stumbling, right? So the mama seeing that lose her mind and start hitting on him. You better not hit my daughter. You hit my daughter. And all this and that. So he trying to get the fight. He trying to get the fighting with her. So they jumping him at this point now, right? So he leaves out the house, right? He runs out the house. And mama calls the police and say, yo, this guy just attacked me and my daughter and this and that, right? He comes back to the house because he see the police there for whatever reason, right? Because he thinking something happened. Police jack him up, throw him in the back of the patrol car for domestic violence, and now he in here with us. So at this point, you know, we all conflicted in here because it's like we feel sorry for this guy, but at the same time, it's like, yo, you know, you don't supposed to put your hands on a woman, but at the same time, it's like, yo, what do you do in this situation? Me personally, I don't know what I would have did in that situation. Cause ain't no woman whooping me, just period. Ain't no woman whooping Dante that's out that ain't happening. Right? So I ain't even gonna put myself in that predicament. And y'all know my thing. I say, you know, a man should not put his hands on a woman. But what happens when this woman is 4-5 times bigger than you, stronger than you, And you better just leave. I don't know. This sounds like a Norbit and Respucia situation. Actually, it really is. But y'all let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about that. Is it a time where a man should put his hands on a woman, or should he just leave? I say just leave. All right, especially if this woman is overpowering you and dominating you like that. Oh, hey. But yeah, y'all let me know how y'all feel about this one. I'm out. Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. All right, y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. So back in 2010 or 2011, I'm not really sure, but anyway, so I'm in the Pike, right? So, for those that don't know what the Pike is, we talking about the workhouse in Columbus, Ohio, Franklin County, right? Or they call it Jackson Pike or the workhouse, whatever. Right now, this is the reason why I can't rock with gangs. I just can't, man. I can't have another man that is not as intelligent as I am, right, over me dictating what I can and what I cannot do. So let me get to the story. So one day, okay, so in the Pike, right, you got the day room. When you first walk in, you got the day room, which consists of two tables, like lunch tables. And then you got the TV right there in the corner that's about to go to the sleeper quarters. And you got a TV that's behind some glass right there. You got the phones right there, right? But when you go in the back, this where all the bunk beds is at. And you got the one toilet way in the back that's divided by a brick wall, and then you got a shower right there to the right, right? That's it. That's all you get, right? So I get up in there right now. These tanks is separated between felony and misdemeanor, right? And make no mistake, y'all, all because you hear misdemeanor, that don't mean that the misdemeanor tanks don't be turned up. Right, but and if you from Columbus, Ohio, right? So anyway, I get up in there, right, and remember, y'all, I'm a Michigan dude. I don't know none of these cats. I don't know none of these dudes, right, at all, right? So I get up in there, right, and this dude walk up to me. Matter of fact, it's about 3 dudes walk up to. They're like, "Hey man, where you from?" I was like, "I'm from Michigan," and they're like, "Oh, you from the D?" I said, well, I mean, I was born in the D. I spent time there, but, you could say I'm really from Flint because I spent a lot of time there, too. And they like, oh, okay, you straight, you good. You bang? You bang? I said, no, I don't bang. So one of the guys was like, well, if you bang, you need to let us know, man, because, it goes down in this tank, man. You ain't crippin', you ain't blood or whatever. I said, no, man, I don't bang. They was like, oh, okay, because, if we find out you banging, we're going to put you on the door. Now, what people don't know, if you don't know put you on the door mean, let me tell you. So, actually, it ain't even put you on the door. It's called the tap out. My bad, everybody in Columbus, Ohio. There's a criminal, there's a convict. My bad. They call it tapping out. What's tapping out, y'all might ask? Tapping out is when you get the brakes beat off you, or you getting extorted, or
violated. Yeah, y'all know what I mean when I say violated, or just getting dead wrong up in there, right? So you get to the door and get the banging on the door real loud until the COs come and get you out. Now there's many every day you can hear that noise, bang, 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 right? Every day, all day, every day, somebody tapping out, right? For whatever reasons, right? So I already know the rundown or whatever. So I'm like, no, I don't bang, whatever. They're like, all right, cool, right? So at this time, you got about maybe 15 Crips in here, maybe 5 GDs in here. No. Oh, okay. See, I be getting these confused. Let me know in the comment section because I could be wrong. Is P Stones and GDs the same thing? Let me know in the comment section because I'm not really, hip to all the gang thing. But I keep hearing P Stone, but I keep hearing GDs too. Is they the same thing or not? Let me know in the comment section. But like I said, you got about 15 Crips in here. You got about 5 or 6 P Stones or GDs, whichever one, and you got about 9 Bloods, and then you got these one guys called heartless felons, I believe. I could be wrong, but y'all let me know in the comment section. Shout out to all my cats from the 614. Heartless felons. That's what they call it, right? It's a Ohio gang, right? So it's a couple of them guys in there, right? Some regular guys like myself, right? So next thing for some reason, a lot of guys gravitate to me. And, it wasn't that I was out there beating my chest. I was just I am who y'all see on the videos every day, all day, right? I'm cool. I stay out the way. If I got to get active, then I get active. But 9 times out of 10, I'm just chilling. You know what I'm saying? Keep it to myself, minding my own business, right? So you got these 2 Crips. What was they? There was 2 brothers that was in there. They was in there for armed robbery. They was what was their name? Rondell and dang, what was that dude's name? Oh my goodness. I talked to them a couple years back too. I know when they see this video. Oh, Rondell and Rodney. That's their name. Rondell and Rodney. They was twin brothers. One had dreads and one had a bald head, but they was twins or whatever. So me and them started being cool. Me and them was talking whatever. And like I said, the tank really wasn't that bad. Well, it was bad. It was always something going on. It was always a fight going on. It was always somebody getting bullied. It was always tension. But I've been in other tanks where it was going down, like dudes getting stabbed, dudes getting violated. And when I say violated, y'all know what I'm talking about. I told y'all a story one time where and that's why I said, like, that's why I don't look down on like drug addicts or alcoholics guys or whatever, because I remember a time when I was locked up and this guy was detoxing, right? He was an alcoholic. He was the type that got to wake up to the bottle. In the middle of the day, he got to hit the bottle. Before he go to bed, he got to hit the bottle. He got to wake up maybe 2-3 hours in his sleep and hit the bottle. That's what type of alcoholic dude was, whatever. And I seen him go through his detoxification or whatever, and it wasn't nice. It wasn't pretty at all. So this is why I don't look down on them, but I'm not going to share that story with y'all right now. I'll probably retell that story because it's such an old story that y'all can't find it in a catalog. But anyway, so let's get back to the program. So next thing you know, I'm talking to the 2 Crips. We done built the relationship, and they telling me, they were from the north side of Columbus, off of High Street, right? And I ended up getting cool with these 3 Bloods also. And, they was telling me they was around that area, Cleveland Ave or whatever, in these apartments or whatever. Now, I never knew that, Columbus had projects. when I first got to Columbus, this was fresh out of prison, right? Fresh out, right? When I got to Columbus and I tried, nobody would hire me, right? So I end up getting, I don't even know where I met these guys at, but they end up they was doing cable, like, like Xfinity, going to people's house, hooking up their cable, whatever. And they was independent contractors, so I ended up running with them. And I'm gonna put a pause right there, y'all. I'm gonna be real with y'all. If the company didn't turn out to be a scam, it was called Top Dog Cable, right? And long story short, they was independent contractors, but the guy that was over them, I guess the boss, ran off with all the money, right? And they had to get with another crew that went to Arizona or whatever. But I ain't gonna lie, y'all. If that would have never happened, Dante probably be still a cable man. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I really enjoyed that job. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I really like doing cable, but that's another story for another day. Anyway, so they telling me, yeah, they off over there from Cleveland Ave, and they be out there booming, and when I get out, come through or whatever, but I had no intentions of getting out, hanging with these guys at all, because I'm trying to change my life. I know if I get out and go get into them streets, it's just a matter of time I'm gonna get caught, and it is what it is. But anyway, so this dude named Detroit, right? He was a neutral guy like myself, but he was one of them loud, boisterous type dudes that that would throw his weight around. He was one of them dudes one of them old school dudes that to keep it real with y'all, to keep it a hundred. And shout out to my cats from Philly. Keep it a bean with y'all. He was one of them dudes that, yeah, he from Detroit and all, but he probably got ran out of Detroit back in some years back. He probably did something foul, and them Detroit dudes done got on his head. But you could tell he always was repping Detroit, because that's what he called it. Yeah, I'm Detroit. But I can tell, like, nah, man, if you was really Detroit, that you'll still be in Detroit. There's a lot of OGs that's just like you that's still in Detroit holding it down. So me having street knowledge, I know he messed up some ways, that he done ran off with a bird or two. He done shot somebody that didn't supposed to get shot. And now he in Columbus living, he just thugging or whatever, but he know he can't come back to the D. So I know guys like that, whatever. So, he out there throwing his weight around, always being loud and always getting to people conversations. And one time, now I seen this with my own two eyes, and now we finna get to the thick of the story, right? So, like I said, you got the Crips dominated the pod, right? And then the Bloods, and then the P-Stones or the GDs, whichever one. And I said it was a couple heartless felons. I keep messing up the name, but they know what I'm talking about. And in the neutrons or whatever. So Detroit, now let me give y'all the dynamics of this tank right quick. You never can really sleep in here. It's always loud. It's always gambling. It's always fighting. It's always stuff going on, right? So you can't really never sleep in this tank, because number one, they keep the lights on. Right? In the day room, the lights stay on. And then it's like there's one light that's, in the sleeping area. It's not bright. It's like a dim light, but it's still, you have to put your cover over your head to really go to sleep. But good luck with that if you ain't got people watching your back, literally. But anyway, so yeah, one time, I was trying to get some sleep in. I asked the two Crip guys, watch my back for about an hour so I can get some sleep or whatever, right? So I'm over there dozing off trying to get some rest, and then I hear like some rummaging, like maybe a couple beds away. Now, the first thing I think about is rats, right? Even though I ain't seen no rats, but y'all know when y'all from the hood, y'all know that noise. So now at this time, everybody is dinner time, right? And I didn't want the food. They had some goulash, this toast, this hard toast, and some corn. I was straight on that. I didn't even want my tray. So I said, yeah, I'm good or whatever. So a lot of people is going into the day room, getting their food or whatever. But I'm over here asleep. Now, I hear this rummaging noise, and I just popped my head from under the cover, right? Because the two Crip dudes, they went over there to get their food. So I was good to, get some rest for maybe 5 minutes, whatever. But when I popped my head off under the cover, I see Detroit walking away from where I heard the noise at, right? And I said, okay, that's odd. What I did not know, he just stole a whole bunch of Reese's cups from these Crips, right? He took like 6 things of Reese's from these Crips or whatever. So he duck off and go do whatever he do, right? Maybe I'ma say maybe 10 minutes go by, and I hear, oh no, man, oh no. Man, hey man, who was over here? Who went over here in the box? Who went over here in the box? So, dudes coming over there like, nah, I ain't take nothing. He like, man, hey, who came over here to the box? Right? So at this time, everybody like, man, what are you talking about? He like, man, somebody stole some Reese's, man. Hey, man, that ain't cool. So he going to his partners like, hey, did you take something out here? Just let me know. Whatever. And they like, nah, man, I ain't take nothing, because I guess they was about to do a cook up, like make a dessert or whatever, and things was missing. So in my head, I said, oh snap, Detroit took it, right? But I'm saying this to myself, right? So next thing you know, so Rodney come over there, one of the Crip guys that I was cool with. He said, hey Dante, I ain't gonna say nothing though, bro. I already know it wasn't you, but did you see somebody go over there to homeboy box? I said, nah, I ain't see nothing. And he was like, oh, okay. You sure? I said, yeah, I'll let you know. Now, I did see it, but I wasn't finna let him know that, because number one, I ain't no snitch, right? And I know that, it can get real crazy in there if I say, oh, Detroit did it, right? And then I got to deal with Detroit. And then, that's why when people say, mind your business while you locked up, man. It can just go left real quick, right? And Detroit can say, man, I ain't do that. He did that. And just because some of these guys might be scared of Detroit, they might bang out on me, right? Now I'm getting whooped out and put on the glass. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I was in there really by myself. So me being a old school convict myself, I knew the rules. I couldn't tell him what it was anyway. So he like, all right. So now this is where it's about to get real crazy. Now this story right here is gonna lead into the next story that I'm gonna tell y'all. And this is why I say, man, if you not a part of a gang, do not join. I know they say it's strength in numbers, but man, you could be in there as a lone wolf like myself, man. You just have to, work out, check your attitude, give people respect, and, handle your business if need be. So I'm going to wrap this story up right here, and then tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I'm going to drop the second half of this story, where it was dealing with a punk of why, the Crips and the Bloods went to war over a punk. But I'm gonna tell y'all that story tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So y'all make sure y'all stay tuned. But anyway, so basically, they thought that it was these Peace Stone dudes or these GDs or whatever. Like I said, I forgot which one it was or whatever. So I'm hearing like, yeah, man, I know it was them. Whatever. I ain't gonna say the word, because y'all got on my head a couple months ago when I told the story about when I was in Chicago,
And I said something that I ain't supposed to say as a youngin'. And, them GDs got on my head, back in the day. But if y'all ain't seen that video, y'all go check it out. It's in the catalog. But anyway, the blood guy, the Crip guy, said some derogatory words towards him, but he said it loud enough for them to hear it or whatever. And, he was like, they came over there like, what's up with that, blah, 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 blah. And it was like, man, for all that, we know that y'all took it. Which one of y'all blanks took it? And right there, they just popped it off, right? They just got to fighting. I'm going to be real with y'all. Them GDs got whooped out. They got whooped. They got beat bad. But you got to look at the dynamics here. You talking about 14, 15 guys on about 6 dudes. So if you do the math, you basically got 2 guys on one, and then you might even got a third, 2 or 3 extra third guys on a 3-on-1 type of deal. You know what I mean? So yeah, but they handled their business. They did get whooped out. Ain't nobody get beat to a bloody pulp. But, what can you do when you fighting that many guys or whatever? But nobody tapped out. Nobody got to the door and banged on the door to leave. Them GDs or P-Stones, whatever, I forgot which name it is. But, they held it down. They ain't tap out. They, but all along, y'all, I kind of felt bad because, I knew it was Detroit that did it, but I couldn't say nothing though, because it's like, it's just one of them things, man. And I don't really even go by the no snitching code because there's no honor amongst thieves. Dudes that sell you out, rat you out for less. But I knew the dynamics, even the 2 Crip guys, the 2 brothers or whatever I was cool with. I know when it came down to it, they'd sell me up the river for their crew. You know what I mean? So I was in there alone. This wasn't my fight, and it is what it is. But yeah, y'all, stay tuned tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'm going to tell y'all the story about how the Crips and Bloods went to war over a punk. And this is why I tell y'all, do not join a gang, because y'all will be putting yourselves, your bodies at risk, your health at risk, your prison time at risk, and you don't even know why y'all going to war. And then you find out it was all over a punk. I'm out.
Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. All right, y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story right here is about my homeboy J Rock that could not shake these transsexuals. In hindsight, now that I think about it, I should have known that it was something off with J Rock. So me and Al, we in the cell, right? And we discussed how we about to split this money up. So J Rock comes to the cell. He like, hey, Dante, we got another one. So I'm like, what you mean we got another one? He was like, man, there's somebody down there look like they got some money. So I said, Al, go check on that. So Al go with J Rock and they leave, right? So I'm divvying up the commissary, and next thing you know, Al come back. He like, man, that's a no-go.
I'm like, what you mean it's a no-go? He like, man, hey, I don't know what J Rock on, but man, that's a whole dude out there. So I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, like, what do he mean that's a whole dude out there? Because it's like, we are dudes here. What is he talking about? So I'm like, what you mean? He like, man, it's a whole, I guess a transsexual or something out there or whatever it is. I was like, what you mean? He's like, man, I don't know, but I don't want to even, I don't know. So I said, all right. So about 5 minutes later, J Rock come and he like, hey, Al, what's up with all that? And Al was like, what you mean? I told you we ain't messing with that. And J Rock was like, no, but man, he seemed like he got some money though. And so he was like, Dante, what's up? I said, hey, Al said we ain't messing with it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Now, for those that don't know who Al is, Al was my second in command, right? Al was the guy that if I went to the hole, he would take care of the whole operation. Or if I had to go on a visit, or if I had to go to medical or whatever, if I was out of sight, out of mind, Al will be the one that step up and take over the whole operations, right? So usually if Al make a decision, you know, I don't never supersede it because usually he make a good call on things. So, you know, when J Rock looked at me, was like, hey, I said, hey, man, Al already spoke. It is what it is. So he like, all right, man, all right. So he peeled off. So Al was like, yeah, Dante, he talking about, you know, giving protection to that thing down there, whatever. And I was like, well, you already know what time it is. That's definitely ain't happening. Right now, let me give y'all a sidebar right quick, because I know a lot of y'all be talking about, oh, Dante always got something bad to say about them type of folks. No, it ain't that I got something bad to say about them type of folks. It's just that, you know, in prison, birds of a feather flock together. And what that looked like, me offering protection services for people like that, you know, that'll just put a big smear on my name and, you know, our thing that we got going on up here. So, nah, that's out. So, anyway, I'm like, hey, Al, go check on J Rock, man, because he kind of moving funny. He was like, yeah, I know he is kind of moving funny. So Al leave out the cell, and it didn't take nothing but 15 seconds. Al peeled right back in. It was like, man, come to the tier right quick. And I said, all right. So then I get up and I get on the tier and I see him. J Rock is right there talking to it, right? So, and for those that don't know, the cat name was Peanut. He was a transsexual by the name Peanut or whatever. And I'm like, what? I said, man, this dude tripping. I said, hey, J Rock, hey, man. He like, what's up, D? I said, man, come here right quick. And he was like, all right, hold on. I was like, no, come here right now, right? He like, all right, hold on. So he peeled up the stairs. I'm like, hey, Jay, what's up with you, man? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, why is you talking to homeboy like that? He like, oh, no, man, he from my city. He from our city, Dante. I said, okay, but, man, what is y'all talking about? He like, oh, no, man, he knows some of my people. I know some of his people, and I was just letting you know how things go in this dormitory. I said, all right, but, you know, you need to watch that. You need to have one of the homies, you know, go over there with you with that conversation, because you know how it is around here. You know, cats will be seeing y'all talking and thinking like it's something else going on, and you know that rule. You know, one of the rules that I had established with amongst me and my homeboys is that if you go do business with somebody, you have to bring somebody else with you to establish a witness, right? And especially, now listen, we could do business with them type of people, right? But in all cases, there always have to be somebody there as a witness, okay? So there won't be no misunderstandings, no funny business going on, because let me tell y'all, in prison, men gossip like women.
they gossip like women. So you have to make sure that your P's and Q's and you got all your things crossed, because if not, you can end up in a situation. And I had a zero tolerance of that type of nefarious activities going on in my circle. So he like, all right, Dante, man, listen, respectfully, a homeboy from our city, and, even though he is like that, I just want to lace him up to let him know who to, stay away from, and, who to deal with, who not to deal with. I said, I get all that, but you already know if dude rocking like that, that's just what it is, man. He on his own. So he said, all right, I feel that, but I got you. So I said, go get Tar T, because Tar T need to be down there anyway to see what's going on. So he was like, why Tar T got to come? I said, because that's just what it is. I'm like, wait a minute, why aren't you questioning me like that? He like, oh, no, it wasn't that, man. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm a grown man, and I don't really need nobody, shadowing me. I'm like, hey, listen, man, go get Tar T and let Tar T is going to hear the convo. And I just turned away and walked off, and then Al walked off. So he started going down the tier, talking a little loud, just enough for us to hear. It's like, man, I'm a grown man, Ain't nobody going to sit up there and try to tell me what I need to do. I'm a grown man, all this grown man talk, right? So Al like, hey, man, what's up with J-Rock? I said, man, I don't know. Dude is really tripping. He like, yeah, he is. So that day, nothing else really eventful actually happened. So the next day, right, we hit the yard, right? Now, typically, if a boy, which is, a gay guy, whatever, if a boy is already taken, 9 times out of 10, he's over there with his guy, right? And, or a lot of them boys like hang around each other like housewives or something, while they dudes is over there conducting their business or whatever they got going on. All the boys usually be grouped up, walking the track by themselves or whatever the case is. So, me and my homeboys, we right there, we hit the yard and we on the weight pile. So dude Peanut roll up on us, right? So let me just, show y'all the scene, paint the scenery. So you got me, Al, Tar T, Homicide, KD, and I think Jerry was over there, if I'm not sure. Jerry was over there too. And J-Rock. So I'm on a weight pile, and let me tell y'all this too right quick. Just in case for you youngins that might, I don't know if they still got weights in prison, whatever. But if you on the weight pile, right, make sure, please listen to me, make sure that there's no liquid substances on that weight pile. And I'm going to tell y'all why in the next video, but we going to leave that to something else. But anyway, so I'm down there and I'm laying on my back and I'm pushing the iron, right? Next thing you know, I hear, hey, man, you got to get up out of here. You got to get away from here. I just need to talk to J-Rock. So I pushed the iron up and my homeboy grabbed it and I lift up. I'm like, and I see it's Peanut, and Peanut trying to talk to J-Rock. And, Homicide like, hey, man, you got to get from around here, man. So he telling that to Peanut, and J-Rock like, oh, no, he good, man. We all from the same city. We good. He just need to holler about something. So then I got up instantly, right? And then all the homies got behind me. We started walking towards J-Rock and Peanut. And I said, hey, listen, you cannot conversate with us. You cannot be around us like that. If y'all gonna conversate, man, go over there and talk whatever. And make sure somebody go with you, because you ain't, get away from here, man. And he like, oh, it's like that? I said, yeah, it's like that. He like, okay. So J-Rock was like, hey, man, I'm going to holler at you later. I said, hey, J-Rock, come here right quick, man. I said, what's up with you? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, yo, why you keep having this dude around, man? He like, no, man, he supposed to be getting word back to my family, to try to get some money on my books or whatever. I said, listen, J-Rock, I don't know what you got going on. I don't know how you know this dude or whatever, but you already know that we cannot conversate and, being around this cat like that, man, because you starting to make us look bad. He like, man, Dante, hey, listen, man, no disrespect, but I know how to program. And plus, man, I knew dude from the streets. I said, all right, but keep it that way. He like, all right, man, whatever. So then he walked off. So then Al was like, hey, somebody go tag along with him, man. So next thing you know, Tar T go over there and he talking. I don't know what they talking about. I guess Tar T trying to, let J-Rock know, like, yo, dog, whatever, you need to just chill, man, on that, whatever. Right? So now we're in the child hall. We're just going to fast forward to the child hall, right? So the first table, when you first walk in, right, is the GD table. The next table right there is the Crip table. The next table right there is the Woods. The next table right there is the Neutrons. The table that come back is the Others. And right there is our table right there. And then you got the table over here with the Hispanics. And then you got the table all the way in the back. And that's where the homosexuals sit at, right? So keep in mind, our table is on the left, in the back towards the left hand side, and our table like 3 tables away from the homos to the right. So it's so maybe five guys right here on one side and 5 guys right here. So maybe 10 people can sit at this table, right? So we all sitting down or whatever. Next thing you know, Peanut pulls up. Now, the way we was programming, if you were from Atlanta or you were from Detroit, because of me and my politics, what I had going on, this is the table that you sit at unless you're a part of an organization or a gang or whatever. So Peanut ended up rolling up. I guess this was Peanut's first time in the chow hall. I guess he didn't come to the chow hall the first day that he got here. So when he rolls up, everybody looking, because he right there, he looking around like, where do I supposed to sit at, right? So Peanut make his way towards us. So I give J-Rock that look, like, get your homeboy. So J-Rock, like he stand up and he like, hey, you got to sit over there. And he like, why I got to sit over there? I thought we supposed to sit at the same place. And I just balled my fist up and hit the table. I said, look, I ain't going to say what I said, y'all, because, due to YouTube guidelines and things like that, I can't say what I said. But, I had some very choice words to Peanut. And I was just frustrated. I was upset because I'm like, yo, this dude keep trying to attach himself to us, right, through J-Rock. So J-Rock, like, yeah, you got to sit over there. And Peanut, like, why I got to sit over there? It just really irritated me when he said that. So I banged my hands on the table, right? And I stood up. I said, look, blah, 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 blah. You need to take your blah, 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 because that's where the blah, 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 blah sit, right? And he was like, you ain't got to talk to me like that. You don't even know me like that. And all this and that. And I'm like, hey, man, don't talk to me. You better not say nothing else to me. And he just walked off and he sat over there at the table and he kept looking back at me, like poking his lip. You know how women be stick their lips out like with the duck lips and stuff. That's what he was doing, like turning his head and looking at me. I'm like, man, this dude finna get hurt up here. This dude finna get hurt. So he over there talking to, I guess, the other guys, the boys or whatever you want to call them. So I just lost my appetite and I said, yeah, I'm out, man. So then I get up and a couple of my homeboys get up with me too. We leave out, right? So about 10 minutes later, J-Rock comes in the dormitory and I'm standing at the door and I'm like, hey, J-Rock, come holler at me in the cell right quick. And he's like, well, what's up, DT? I said, come upstairs right quick. Let me holler at you in the cell. We go upstairs, right? He like, what's up? I said, man, what's up with you, man? He like, what you mean, what's up? I said, you on the yard with Peanut. If I wouldn't have said nothing, I think you would have let Peanut sit at the table. Like, what's up with you, man? He was like, oh no, man, like I said, man, I know his people. And I said, but listen, man, we already had an incident not too long ago with KB. And, you know, that right there, it almost kind of made us look some type of way. And, you know what I'm saying? And we don't need no more incidents like that. Cause it's, you know what I mean? He was like, yeah, but man, Peanut ain't even like that. I said, man, but dog, he like, man, I understand, man. I'm gonna cut it out. I said, all right, man. So J Rock leave out the cell. So he leave out, and I hear, you better not put your hands on me. So I peek my head out the cell, and this Peanut getting into it with this Crip, right? So I'm like, what the heck? So then I see J Rock in my peripheral, right, of my left peripheral, and he's running down the stairs. And he like, hey, he get like in between them and like, yo, hey man, y'all chill. So I'm scratching my head. So it's like two Crip dudes pull up, and Tar T. Now, if y'all know who Tar T was my Crip homeboy from Atlanta. So these two Crip dudes pulled up on J Rock. So it's three Crips, J Rock and Peanut, right? And then Tar T pulls up, right? And so then he like, hey man, Shawty, what's going on? So Peanut like, man, he trying to put his hands on me and all this and that, because I won't. And I'm not gonna say what he said, but what he said something very nefarious, right, towards the Crip. He basically tried to insinuate the Crip tried to do something to him in the shower the other night. So in my head, I'm thinking like, okay, that's Crip business. Ain't got nothing to do with me. But the better question is, what the heck J Rock doing down there? Why is J Rock getting in between this Crip and Peanut, right? So after that, you know, Tar T got to settle, you know, with J Rock and the Crip guy and all this and that. So after that, Peanut ended up checking in. He ended up checking into the hole because the Crips was like they was going to do something to him, and he felt some type of way, so he checked in the hole. Point being, now, I don't know if y'all seen the video with J Rock before where he really got exposed. When he came to me, it was like, yo, Dante, listen, man. Hey, I respect what y'all got going on in here. But, man, hey, this just me, and I'm going to be who I am. When he finally came out and told us the truth about who he was or whatever. Yeah. I should have known, man. There was signs. There was signs. And this is just one of them stories that I was just thinking about. And I said, yeah, J Rock always been like that. But anyway, y'all, we back to the story time. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button and share the video. And till next time. Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. All right, y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time.